We are recording, so President Kranz, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll give a half a minute to Joy.
Okay.
All right, I would like to call to order this June 16th meeting of the San Diego Water District Board of Directors. The clerk would please call the roll.
Yes. Board Member Hinsey?
Here.
Board Member Lyons? Let's see, Joy has not joined. Board Member Mosca?
Here.
Vice President Blakespear?
Here.
And President Kranz?
Here.
Record will show that all members with the exception of Board Member Lyons are present. And please note that San Diego Water District Board members receive an independent stipend of $100 for convening the Water District meetings pursuant to San Diego Water District Resolution number 89-07.
Okay, thank you. And if you'd join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. There are no special presentations or proclamations today. Kathy, are there any oral communications?
There are not.
And we did not have closed session, so therefore do not have a report to provide. Have there been any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the posted agenda, and no members of the public have pulled any consent calendar items.
All right, we have a consent calendar with items 8A, 8B, and 8C, and I would entertain a motion on those items.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, Board Member Hinsey?
Yes.
Board Member Lyons, just making sure she did not join. Board Member Mosca?
Yes.
Vice President Blakespear?
Yes.
And President Kranz?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with Board Member Lyons absent.
Okay, thank you. On to the action items. Item 10A is an introduction and adoption of FY 2021-22 and FY 2022-23 San Diego Water District operating and capital budget. And it will be Finance Manager Kazunga.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen. Let's see.
It looks like we've been joined by Board Member Lyons at this point.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm not late. Sorry if I am.
I will note that in the record.
Okay, let me share the screen now that I've opened it. Slideshow. Okay, everybody see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So the item before you is the San Diego Water District fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 operating and capital budget. This is a two-year budget that spans the period from July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. While staff develops a two-year budget, the board will only be adopting the first year of the budget. In June 2022, staff will update the 22-23 budget during the second year revise to reflect current conditions at that time. The board will then adopt the second year budget also at that time. The district presents an independent budget for the board's consideration, and as an enterprise fund, the cost of providing goods and services is either partially or fully recovered by user rates and charges. As previously mentioned, the board will only be adopting the first year of the budget. Therefore, most of the presentation today will focus on the first year. Before you is a table reflecting the district's proposed revenues by category for the upcoming two-year budget. Overall, the district expects to receive $20.3 million in revenues in fiscal year 21-22. This is prior to any rate increases the board may approve as part of the agenda item that you will be hearing next at this meeting. Depending on the board direction on that item and a public hearing on new rates in August 2021, staff will be returning to the board with revised revenue projections as early as the first quarter report. Let's begin with the revenues. Before you is a pie chart showing the district's various revenue sources for fiscal year 21-22. The main takeaway here is that the district's two main sources of revenue, potable water sales and potable meter service charges, make up 83% of the projected district revenues. The remaining categories comprise only 17% of the district revenue. Potable water sales, which make up about 61% of the total district revenues, are projected in this budget based on water rates that are currently in effect. Not only is this a large revenue source, but it's also the most challenging to project as it's based upon customer demand and may be influenced by many factors which are out of the district's control. The district is projecting a 4.7% decrease in fiscal 21-22 water sales revenue, given the current trajectory of reduced demand. However, this could change for reasons such as the hot weather we're expected to experience this very week. Staff is projecting that revenues will increase in the second year as a result of action that the board will take with regard to the water rate increase. Other district revenues are listed here, ranging from potable meter service charges, which are fixed charges on the customer's meter size. The recycled water program, consisting of both recycled water sales and meter service charges. Property taxes, which are projected to see minor growth due to the continued strength of the housing market and rising valuations. Engineering fees are also proposed to have a slight uptick due to updated development projections. Billing charges are expected to decrease as the district continues to spare customers from late and delinquent fees brought on by the pandemic. The infrastructure access charge is a revenue neutral pass-through from the San Diego County Water Authority, and earnings from both property and interest are expected to grow very slightly, but as a result of the market expected to cool down. Capacity fees for new connections to the water system are expected to stay flat over the next 2 years. And finally, miscellaneous revenues are also projected to remain flat in 21-22. These include board-approved fees and charges such as after-hours turn-on fees, return check fees, and new account setup fees. And now for the operating expenditures. Overall, operating expenditures are proposed to decrease by 1.5% in the fiscal year 21-22, and then increase slightly in 22-23, driven mainly by the potable and recycled water purchases categories. And here's a chart of the proposed expenses. And the main takeaway here is that potable water purchases, water treatment, and recycled water purchases make up nearly 2/3 or 61% of projected district expenses. district proposes to maintain an unchanged staffing level of 24 positions in the 2-year budget. We have incorporated standard employee step increases and career advancements per the MOUs that were approved in 2019 and which are in effect through 2023. Staff is proposing to reclassify the water conservation specialist position to a water resource specialist position to allow for better serve the district needs. In the past year, the state has moved forward on several legislative and regulatory initiatives that require a tremendous amount of additional data collection, verification, and analysis. This reclassification will allow the position to better handle the district's drought and water management programs, perform complex technical evaluations and analysis on a broad range of water and recycled water issues, prepare technical and policy-oriented reports that impact the district, and prepare documents to comply with the State of California Water Code. This will be in addition to the duties that are currently assigned to the position. This district's unfunded accrued liability payments will be maintained at $895,000 per year as approved by the board in 2019 as part of the 15-year pay down payment. Potable water purchases experience great variability in projections depending on the ratio of local water that's used compared to imported water. The district expects to begin the year with 1,000 acre-feet of local water at Lake Hodges. This translates to about 34% of the 21-22 demand being made with this local source, and the remaining 66% purchased from the San Diego County Water Authority. As previously mentioned, water purchases are impacted by many factors, including weather and rainfall. Therefore, these percentages could very likely change. It's also important to note that the water demand in the district has varied greatly over the last years. For example, in 2007, demand was at a high of 8,398 acre-feet. In 2012, it fell to 6,300 acre-feet. In 2016, it fell further to 5,200 acre-feet. And then in 2018, jumped to 6,100 acre-feet. And as of April of this year, we stand at about 55,000 acre-feet. At the time of the development of the budget, final water authority rates and charges had not been adopted by the water authority, and the initial recommended guidance has been used to develop the budget. A budget adjustment may be requested in the first quarter should final numbers from the water authority change significantly after the board approves the authority's budget on June 24th. The initial water authority recommendation was a 3.3% increase in untreated imported water and a 3.6% increase to the treated water rate. Overall, the recommended water authority rate and charges increase with the 66% of supply coming from the imported water. Total water purchases projections are at about 6.7 million in 21-22. Generally, water treatment costs increase when local water is utilized and decrease when imported water is used. This is because local water generally requires additional treatment. However, the avoided cost of not having to purchase more expensive imported water always outweighs the increased water treatment costs. So utilizing local water when available is always a positive. Overall, water treatment costs are projected to increase in 21-22 due to price increases in chemicals that are used in the process, especially chlorine. Materials and supplies and contracts and services categories together comprise approximately 3% of the budget. And although it's a relatively small percentage of the overall budget, these categories provide most of the day-to-day operating costs of the district. Overall, the materials and supplies budget increases slightly in 21-22 due to increases in maintenance contract costs in maintenance contracts, hardware, and tools. The contracts and services category has minor increases for employee training costs, banking fees, inspection permit costs, insurance, and utilities. The replacement of a valve machine on one of the district's vehicles is a one-time cost in the capital outlay category of the district's budget. Capital outlay items are items that cost over $5,000 and have a life greater than 5 years. Other operating expenditures. Costs for recycled water purchases are based on a 3.9% annual increase in wholesale costs from the San Elijo Joint Powers Authority. However, due to a renegotiated take-or-pay agreement, the overall projection is of a decrease in costs. The internal cost allocation is the amount the district pays to the city for services received in the areas such as finance, fleet maintenance, human resources, IT, records, risk management, etc. Finally, the district budgets for some minor expenses related to collection efforts on delinquent customer accounts and account write-offs. But due to not imposing late and delinquent fees during the pandemic, this category is expected to remain flat. Next to the district's debt service fund. The district is currently paying debt service on 2 bond issues. The 2007 Badger Revenue Refunding Bonds were jointly issued with the Santa Fe Irrigation District, and annual payments in principal and interest of approximately $634,000 will be made in 21-22. The rest of the bond will mature in 24-25. The 2014 revenue refunding bonds were issued solely by the district to refund existing 2004 bonds. In annual interest and principal payments on this bond is about $768,000 for 21-22, and the debt will mature in 23-24. By 24-25, the district will have paid off both bond issues, thereby freeing up funds for other uses. In the fleet replacement fund, staff is proposing to replace make two vehicle purchases in 21-22. For planning purposes, vehicle and large equipment purchases are funded by prior contributions to the fleet replacement fund based on a 7-year replacement schedule. In reality, most vehicles exceed this 7-year lifespan due to the care and routine maintenance that is conducted on them by our excellent fleet maintenance crew. Vehicles are only replaced when they reach the end of their useful life. In 21-22, staff is proposing to purchase a biodiesel truck and an electric vehicle to replace units 261 and unit 266 that have reached the end of their useful life. In 22-23, an 8-year-old vacuum trailer is scheduled to be replaced. Here's a summary of our capital appropriations. Overall, the district is proposing a small decrease in CIP appropriations in 21-22, then a slight increase in 22-23 based on current project scheduling. Appropriations are proposed for 8 projects at just over $2.8 million, and again, 8 projects in 22-23 at $3.2 million. Due to the multi-year nature of CIPs, previously appropriated balances remaining in active projects are carried over into the next fiscal year until the project is completed. Included in the carryovers will be $82,000 in remaining funding for the Portable Reuse Next Steps project, as well as remaining appropriations in the above listed projects. This slide basically covers what district projects as compared to the joint facilities project. For district projects, staff is proposing continued annual funding for water infrastructure improvements, transmission line improvements, SCADA automation upgrades, and water meter replacements. Staff is also proposing to fund a recycled water retrofit loan, a program which the board approved back in 2014. Discussions with the San Elijo Joint Powers Authority indicate that a large local HOA may be interested in applying for a loan to convert its landscaping to recycled water, a trend that we wish to encourage. Joint Facilities Master Plan projects are proposed to be active during the 2-year budget as part of the 10-year Joint Facilities Master Plan. These include the mechanical dewatering and seismic improvements, reservoir safety improvements, roof replacement at the Badger Operations Building, and sedimentation basin concrete repairs. Funding is also provided for joint facilities capital acquisitions, which are smaller capital purchases not covered under the large projects. Before you is the projected 2-year cash flow which accompanies the budget. In fiscal 21-22, total revenues are proposed at $20.3 million, with total expenditures of $21.2 million, leaving a negative cash flow of just over about $1 million. In fiscal 22-23, revenues are proposed at 21.5 and expenditures at about slightly over 22 million, leaving a negative cash flow of about $500,000. The negative cash flows are addressed in the water rate study you'll hear about shortly, where district reserves will be discussed. Almost to the end here.
Can we go back to that one slide one more time and just let us look at it for one more second, please?
Sure. Absolutely. This one?
Yes. Just looking at it for one sec. I'm good whenever you want to go to the next one.
Okay. The district maintains 3 board-approved unrestricted reserves: an operating reserve set at 90 days worth of annual operating expenses, a rate stabilization reserve with a target calculated to be 15% of the district's annual revenue from rates and charges, and a capital replacement reserve with a target to be funded at 1 to 2 times the district's 5-year future average capital expense. The fleet replacement is not an official reserve, but is maintained for scheduled fleet purchases on a 7-year amortized contribution schedule. Lastly, then, staff is recommending that the board take the following actions: discuss the fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 San Diego Water District operating and capital budget, adopt resolution 2021-15 approving the 21-22 San Diego Water District operating and capital budget, and also adopt resolution 2021-16 approving position titles and pay ranges. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Mosca has a question.
Yeah, Mr. President, yes, Mr. President, thank you. I just have a question for the for staff, Kanzunga, if she's available to answer some questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. So did you say that we have, for the next fiscal year, that we have 1,000 acre-feet left in Hodges for local water?
We're expecting to start the year with about 1,000 acre-feet of local, yes.
Is that, why would we, so don't we have rights to more than 1,000?
If I may defer to General Manager Hiresh to maybe answer that question.
Yes, Board Member Mosca, there is currently 2,000 based on the information that was provided to us by the City of San Diego. They keep track of how much each and every agency has in Lake Hodges at this time. And there's 2,000 acre feet that actually for both districts, Santa Fe Irrigation District and us. So there, obviously the 1,000, there will be some loss due to evaporation during this summertime, but that's the number that we have utilized at this moment.
All right.
That we owe.
Right. So do we make any attempt to negotiate with the other parties that own water at Lake Hodges to increase our local water source? Because obviously, even if we paid a bit more for, say county, well, maybe not county, because I don't know if there's the city of San Diego, or can we negotiate, or have we negotiated for more of that water to be able to clean it up and use it ourselves for local water sources?
I'm not aware of any agreements that will allow us to purchase water from City of San Diego, but I'm sure that if there is, at one point in time, there's water in there, City of San Diego has no need for the water in Hodges. So I think that they will be open to sell their water to us if that is going to be needed. But City of San Diego at this point in time does not have a lot of water there. If I recall correctly, I think they have something like 700 acre feet only. Because of the restriction and because of movement of water that took place in the past year, and also the rain event that took in 2010, we had to open the blow-offs for Hodges and lose all the local water from there based on the DSOD restrictions.
All right, perfect, thank you. And then just a few more questions. The vehicle purchase, good to see that one of the vehicles is an electric vehicle. Talk to me a little bit about the biodiesel vehicle. Was there a technology available that allowed us to kind of purchase a comparable electric vehicle for that replacement? And if not, there wasn't something that was available in terms of technology. Talk to me about biodiesel. How do you get biodiesel to put into the vehicle? What is the biodiesel that you're using? What is the content of that biodiesel?
I myself do not have a lot of information about that. My understanding is we are buying a vehicle that has less emissions and using diesel rather than what we have been using before. We have now, and this vehicle is smaller than the other vehicles, just because we were looking into buying an electric vehicle, which is a crew truck in this case, and we could not find any yet on the market. My understanding is Ford will have some coming next summer. So we keep our eyes open in regards to that in order for us to be able to maybe move our fleet into the EV if it does meet our needs.
Did Crystal Nazira, our Climate Action Plan administrator, manager, did she work with you guys? So is this kind of this recommendation in terms of these two purchases consistent with her advice and what they're saying?
I think this recommendation came from our fleet services of what they can actually maintain and what they are experts in maintaining. I am not quite sure if fleets did reach out to our Climate Action Plan administrator to discuss this.
All right. So at some point, I just flag this, and if you can get back to me on this, the fact that we're not purchasing electric and that we've moved to a biodiesel, biodiesel could be just fine, especially as a bridge. But just want to know that Crystal, who is kind of on the cutting edge of a lot of this information, that she's kind of in the loop, and that this was a recommendation. She's kind of looked at it, and this may have been a recommendation from her office on this issue. Can we move to Lake Hodges? So we have $500,000 in the budget every fiscal year for this, and this is obviously building up to the fact that we're going to have potentially a big price tag for repair of Lake Hodges Dam in the future. So what's the strategy here? I suppose, the way that we're going, maybe in a few years, we have $1.5 million or so in this account, so what's the strategy? Is it to kind of save up, enough to pay some percentage of it? Because it seems to me that we would have to potentially work with our partners to raise as much in terms of grant money as possible, especially the city of San Diego, who has the biggest kind of lion's share of interest here. Let them take the lead or work with them to kind of get some grant money and maybe even debt financing, which could potentially be facilitated again through the city of San Diego. Because I mean, would we ever be able to save up, enough to cover our cost? So like, why put the burden on our ratepayers to put in, $500,000 there? So just kind of wondering out loud if you can help me with what the strategy is there.
If you recall, Board Member Mosca, there are the interim improvements that would need to be done within the next couple of years that DSOD have required, which includes the spillway, it includes the deteriorated concrete, and some of the tow and access to the employees from a safety perspective. And the total amount of our share would be somewhere around $300,000. So we wanted to budget for those to start with. In addition to that, City of San Diego is supposedly starting their process of doing the design phase. So we wanted also to have some monies in there for whatever the design and the project management, environmental permitting, all that in the next couple of years, so that we don't really come and find out that we have $1 million that we have to pay right away, but we'll have saved them slowly as we went through. Now, your question regarding grants, City of San Diego is predicting, or at least the GEI contract consultant came up with $150 million for the recommended alternative for replacing the dam 100 feet downstream of the existing dam. One of the things that I have realized looking at that is I am not quite sure, I'll be honest with you, 150 is good enough. I know that for CWA is already including $138 million in their budget for that because they anticipate, and their share is 50%. So they, in my mind, they anticipate 280. And I think they have much more experience in building dams than from a cost perspective that came about from GEI. So we wanted to include that amount of money in there just for us to be able to pay at least for the design, project management, environmental. In addition to the fact that when we did some calculation regarding, let's assume that the $150 million is our out of that, $16 million will be our share. Even if we are going to get a bond or for that, it will cost us, if it's 4%, approximately $950,000 a year. And if it is at 3%, it will be in the $800,000 a year. We are still working with the City of San Diego, and actually we have a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss what steps they are taking in order for them to be able to get grants and to apply for grants that are available for this kind of a project. And also to come up with some kind of agreements between the agencies to figure out the responsibilities that are distributed among all 4 agencies: Santa Fe Irrigation District, us, CWA, and City of San Diego.
Great, thank you. I mean, that's a really fair, reasonable approach, and I would say that whatever, I mean, if I'm on target here, I mean, whatever San Diego or one of the parties is able to come up with, I think it should be applied across the board and not just like, oh, well, this is our grant money, and so this only applies to our responsibility. It should be applied to the overall cost of the dam improvement. So I hope that that's the message that we're carrying forward. Can you tell me a little bit about the asbestos pipe? Is this a kind of one-off situation? Do we have lots of asbestos pipe in our system? And if we do, is there a plan to recall, remove, get these things out of our system?
Most of our pipelines that are in the system are actually asbestos cement pipelines. But there hasn't been a condition assessment that has been performed on a large scale within the city. And one of the concerns, I was involved in several condition assessments before. One of the things that we have not seen any major main breaks within the system that really makes it so critical for us to be able to spend a lot of money in order for us to replace it. But we are looking into that, and when the rate study comes in a few minutes, it will address some of that issue. because there is some monies that we need to allocate for the future in order to address that.
All right. Yeah. I mean, that could be an issue in the, all right. Well, that could be, it's something that we want to monitor, as you're saying. I agree with you.
Yes.
All right. And then,
yeah, go ahead.
No, you were going to say, you're the professional in this.
Okay, you know, and we have been working with another consultant in order to figure out what the percentage that we can use that can fit within our budget over the years to come. So we're still in that process as part of the master plan. So once the master plan is completed, we will have a better understanding of which are the critical pipelines that needs to be replaced. The master plan, we are in the process of that, and I think that will be completed by, I would say, September or October of this year.
All right, and then last question, Mary, on the Ms. Kazuga, on the last slide where we had gone back and you had put off the numbers and the minus numbers at the bottom there. So that was consistent with our reserve policies, all of our latest reserve policies. And are those reserve policies also within the debt financing kind of agreements in terms of maintaining certain debt reserve policy levels?
Yes, keeping in mind our set targets for the various reserves. If we were to dip into the reserves to cover these shortfalls, we would still be meeting our targets. I think the only one that would drop would probably be the capital reserve. We would be closer to the minimum rather than to the maximum.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you so much for the information.
Vice President Blakespear.
Yes, thank you. There are a lot of great things covered there by my colleague. The first one about the electric car, the car purchases, I think is important. You know, we did at the city level, we had our facilities management was proposing certain cars, and it had never gone through our climate action coordinator. And you know, that is part of how we generate our carbon footprint, of course, is the vehicles the city buys and then drives around for many years. So I just really wanted to somehow pull that part of this or ask for more feedback and just have that run by the climate action coordinator, because sometimes it might not be like the first choice, but it's a reasonable alternative choice and it's not that much more money. And we really want to be walking our walk. So, so just wanted to second that. I don't know if you have a suggestion about how to make that happen procedurally right here.
Okay, we can keep it in the budget, and when we come to purchase that equipment, after we make our discussions with the Climate Action Plan administrator, we will come back to the board and ask for their approval before we purchase any vehicles, and give you an idea of what has been decided by our Climate Action Plan and how it meets our carbon emissions.
Okay, that works for me. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
And I would like to also mention General Manager Hirish, as well as City Manager Antle. You know, it would be good to start developing a plan for training our fleet maintenance division so that when we are acquiring these vehicles, then we're not you know, shooting ourselves in the foot by having vehicles that we can't keep running. So it's not just as simple as buying an electric vehicle. We need to have the properly trained maintenance folks on board so that they can keep them running. And so, you know, we look at it from the vehicle emissions point of view, and that's from my perspective as well, the most critical, but we do definitely want to have the appropriate people in place with the proper training that can maintain those vehicles as well. So let's be sure to keep that in mind as we're moving forward.
Will do.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, and I would entertain a motion.
I will move all of the, there was a series of recommendations there, adoption of resolution number 2021-15, also adoption of resolution number 2021-16, I think that's it, right? Those are
Yes, sir.
the two. Oh, it's right there on the screen. Yeah, that's my recommendation. That's my motion.
And I'm happy to second that.
Okay, we can start voting. Board Member Hensy,
Yes.
Board Member Lyons,
Yes.
Board Member Mosca,
Yes.
Vice President Blakespear,
Yes.
and President Kranz.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving along to item 10B, which is a presentation of draft results for the San Diego Water District's water rate study. And Mary's up again.
I'll stop sharing my screen because I'll be shortly handing you over to Steve Gagnon with Raftelis Financial Consultants to give us part 2 of the water rate study scenarios. But before I do that, I wanted to just make a few comments. Staff has returned with another set of rate scenarios following direction from the board at the May 19th meeting. As you know, the district attempts to conduct a water rate study at least every 2 years to ensure that water rates and charges are sufficient to meet the revenue requirements of the water enterprise. At that May 19 meeting, Raftelis and district staff presented the board with scenarios for rate increases of 6.5%, 7%, and 7.5% over the next 3 years. Given the impact of the pandemic on the local economy and on customers, the board directed staff to work on some alternative lower rate scenarios, which will be considered today. The board also appointed board members Hinsey and board member Lyons to serve on a water rate subcommittee and to work with staff on evaluating the alternative lower rate options. At this time, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge board members Hinsey and board member Lyons for immediately making themselves available to meet with staff for their insightful questions and their input and suggestions during the meeting. Staff will now present 4 lower rate scenarios as requested by the board. In addition, board member Hinsey and board members Lyons' input, a 5th scenario, which was specifically developed at their direction, will also be presented for your consideration. Based upon the selected rate plan, Raftelis will produce a final study report. A public notice per Proposition 218 requirements will be issued to customers regarding the selected scenario, and a public hearing will be held to consider adoption of the rate and charge plan at the August 18 board meeting. I will now turn it over to Steve Gagnon and Jonathan Jordan of Raftelis to discuss the new scenarios.
Thank you, Mary. Share my screen. Full presentation. Okay. Are you seeing 2 slides or 1 big slide?
2.
2. All right. Let me just do this. Spot presenter. There you go. Okay. Just so that I know, is it correct to say that we have about a little less than 15 minutes? You guys, is that correct?
We have as long as you need, and we are our city council meeting starts at 6 o'clock generally, but if water district runs over, then we start our city council meeting late.
Okay. All right. So here's our agenda for this evening. We'll go through the assumptions. I will move a little bit faster on that because nothing has changed since the last presentation. So I'll just quickly glance over those. And then, as Mary said, I'm going to remind you of the old scenarios that we looked at last time, and then I'll go through the new scenarios that she just mentioned. We'll take a look at the resulting financial plan for each scenario. Then we'll look at the rates. We'll take a look at the bill impacts, and then something that was missing last time is how you compare bill-wise with your neighboring agencies. So we'll go through that as well. Okay. Assumptions, again, these are all the same as last time. So we're assuming you're going to have a little bit of account growth, a little bit of water demand increase, 1% per year. Keep in mind that we're showing 5-year projections for everything, but you're setting rates for 3 years. We're just showing the following 2 years for long-range financial planning. And this was a question that somebody asked last time. Did somebody say something? No? Okay. Somebody was asking about the assumption or how we calculated water revenues. So if you remember, the district gave us some budgeted revenues, and when your staff and Raftelis looked at it, we just don't think that you're going to hit those revenues. So the district provided us with actual water revenue up through March 21. And with that, we can calculate a run rate, right? That's the majority of your fiscal year. So there's only a few months left. So based on that, we can project what you're actually going to get for revenue. And so we projected that revenue, and it was a lot closer to what we were actually calculating for revenue based on your number of customers and how much water each customer uses. So we decided to use calculated revenue instead of budgeted revenue. And then water rates pay for water purchase costs. Mary was talking about this in her earlier slide. At the bottom here, this is the important part of it, is we're budgeting around 6 million, 6.6 and so on. It climbs in the out years, but in between 6 to almost 7 million for the next few years in water purchase costs. Debt service is exactly what Mary said, about 1.4 million a year. And then you can see it changing in fiscal year 25. And capital expenses are about $3 million a year. These are funded by rates. You can see you've got the Lake Hodges repairs in the bottom line in there, and then the total is about $3 million a year. And you'll be taking a look at the financial reserve, the resulting reserve balances. So it's important to know about the reserve targets. As we discussed last time, you have an operating reserve, which is 90 days of your operating budget. You have a capital replacement reserve, and then you have a rate stabilization reserve, and then you also have a vehicle replacement contribution, but that's not actually an official reserve. So we have 3 reserves that you'll see in the upcoming slides, okay? The first 2 are the green line, that's why I have green text here, and then there'll be an orange line that adds all 3 reserves together. And then this is a reminder of the scenarios that we looked at last time. So we had 3 scenarios. We had a low, which had 6.5% revenue adjustments. We had a medium, which had 7% revenue adjustments, and then we had a high with 7.5% revenue adjustments. And then, you know that we created a rate committee, and we presented 4 scenarios to the rate committee. And this is the first 3. So we had a low, a revised scenario 1, if you will, of a low of 4.5% revenue adjustments for the next 5 years. I trust you can see my cursor circling here. But to get to this 4.5% revenue adjustment, we had to cut your capital a little bit. Okay, so we reduced your yearly capital for these years, fiscal year 23 through 26, by 35%. Okay, to be able to do, in other words, you can't afford all your capital with 4.5% revenue adjustments. Okay. Then scenario 2, revised scenario 2, is a moderate revenue adjustment. That's 5.5% revenue adjustments. And there we had to cut your capital by 25%. Okay, in these years. Then we have a high of scenario 3. That's a 6.5% revenue adjustment and a 25% cut to your capital. So those are the first 3. Then we developed 2 scenarios that ramped up the revenue adjustments. Okay, so we have a scenario 4 that was reviewed by the committee, and that had revenue adjustments that ramp up a little bit every year, starting at 4.5, ending up at 6.5, and then the last 2 years are 6.5. And then there your CIP is cut by 25% as well. And then lastly, we have revised scenario 1, which is the one that was created and I believe recommended by the committee. We worked with them, with the committee a little bit in the model, and they said, let's see what happens if we do this. So I believe the rate committee recommendation is scenario 5. It's a ramp up starting at 5.5, 6, and then 6.5, and then it has 5% revenue adjustments in the last 2 years. And that's an assumed CIP cut of 25%. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at your financial health, if you will, under each one of those scenarios. So this is scenario 1, it's 4.5% for the first 3 years. And what I want to point out here is that you remember the green reserves in that earlier slide. So you're meeting your green reserves, if you will, that's operating and capital, but you're not meeting your rate stabilization reserve. And if you remember last time we were talking about drought rates, and I believe it's for stage 1 of a drought, you don't actually enact your drought rates, you rely on that rate stabilization reserve. So it is good to make headway towards this rate stabilization reserve. But in scenario 1, you're not, you meet your operating and capital, but you're not at funding your rate stabilization reserve. Then this is scenario 2. Scenario 2 has a 5.5% revenue adjustment, and you can see you make a little bit of headway towards that rate stabilization reserve. Okay, then here's scenario 3. Scenario 3 has 6.5% revenue adjustments, and you can see you're almost fully funding at the end of the 5-year period here. You're almost fully funding your rate stabilization reserve. Okay, and this demonstrates that the magic of compounding there, because you're starting earlier with the 6.5% revenue adjustment, that's compounded on every year. And that's what allows you to get to where you want to be, is that start early and then the compounding. And then we have scenario 4, which is the ramp up, the 4.5, 5.5, and 6.5. And that starts you a little bit towards your rate stabilization reserve. And then lastly, we have the rate committee recommended or created scenario, 5.5, 6, and 6.5. And I believe what I took away from our meeting is that they like the fact that even though you're not all the way there, you're about 40%-ish of the way to funding your rate stabilization reserve. And it ramps up over time to give people the chance to recover from the pandemic. So that's the financial health, if you will, for each one of those scenarios. And then we'll take a look at the rates. And I know this doesn't mean all that much to you, but just for the sake of completeness here, it's good to take a look at the rates. So here are you have a fixed charge, a bi-monthly fixed charge. In this column, you get my cursor going again. This column here shows your current fixed charge. And then you have the different scenarios, and the scenario 5, which is the ramp up scenario recommended by the rate committee, is right here. So your fixed charge would go from $45 and change to $46 and change for your smallest meters, which is where the most, something like 80 or 90% of your customers are down here. And then we have your bi-monthly private fire charge. Go from $960 to about $980 under the recommended scenario. We have your commodity rates. These are all your single family customers. So just looking at your 4 tiers would go, I'm just going to look at the 2 lower tiers here. 319 would go to 326, and 506 would go to 586. And we'll be taking a look at bill impacts for in a second. So that's single family. And this is multifamily, same rates, you just have a slightly lower tier breakpoint. Okay, so same rates. And then you have all your other customers, commercial, institutional, landscape, construction, and at the bottom is recycled water. So again, this is the rate committee recommended rates right here. Okay, so let's take a look at bill impacts. And by the way, we can take questions or I can slow down. I know I might be going a little bit fast, but let's take a look at bill impacts here, which I think is what most of you want to see. So here we have bill impacts we have the top two lines I think are the most important. We have the top line is your mode. In other words, it's your most frequently billed amount of water use. Okay, so in other words, most people use 12 HCF. So most customers will see their bill go from, I'm going to call this $92 to about $94 and change under the 5.5% ramp up scenario. We also have an average bill. And so your average customer, though not your most common customer, because what's happening is most people are down here, but you do have some big water users, and that skews the average. So your average customer would go 157 and change to 167 and change. So a $10 difference under the proposed scenario. And then lastly, we do have a high water user here just to see what their bill would go up. And then we have your other customer classes here. And I'll just give you a second to look at their current bills and the proposed bills under the recommended scenario. And then we'll finish up with the other customer classes. So here we have the ag commercial class, would go from a little less than 230 to 234. Institutional, landscaping, construction, and recycled water. I'll just give you a second to look at the proposed bills under each scenario. Okay, and last time we talked about drought rates and the changes that we made essentially for speaking purposes barely budged the drought rates. So let me just recap what this slide is saying here. It's simply saying that under let's pick a stage, a drought stage 3, where my cursor is circling here, then all your rates in each tier, this is only applied to your volumetric rate, they would all go up 34%. And then stage 2, they would go up 19%. And then historically speaking, in stage 1, you could, I guess you could say you have the option to increase volumetric rates by 8%, but historically speaking, you have relied on your rate stabilization reserve to get yourself, to cover your costs during a drought. When people cut back their water use, your revenue declines. Okay, so this last slide was not included in our last presentation, and I believe Director Mosca was asking for it. So it simply compares, this is monthly, so it doesn't, the numbers aren't the same in the earlier slides because those were bi-monthly. So this is a monthly bill, and it assumes a single family residence that has a 3/4 inch meter using 1,200 cubic feet of water, and 100 cubic feet of water is 748 gallons. So just note that this survey was done in March when we were doing the study, and it's very likely that your neighboring agencies may have instituted rate increases, but you know, this is a snapshot in time. So some of these nearby agencies, in fact, we know, Mary did some research, and we know these are going to go up. So that's not reflected in here. This is just a snapshot in time. But the good news is you can see you're down here on the left. Okay, this is your current bill in green here. And then this here assumes the scenario 5, which is the rate committee 5.5% revenue adjustment. Okay, so if you implemented that, your average bill your monthly bill would go from 78 to 83, assuming 1,200 cubic feet. So the good news again is that you're in the lower end of this spectrum here. And that's the formal presentation. So I'll just leave it here and then I'll hand it back over to you, Mary. And of course, we're here to answer questions.
Thank you. And first, let me start by saying thanks to board members Lyons and Hinsey for jumping in there. I've heard stories about the Raftellus guys and how rough they can be, so I appreciate you stepping up to do that. And it looks like there was some good feedback that you provided, so thank you again for that. Board Member Mosca.
I can't see if other folks have their hands up, but I would defer to the members that sat on that rate committee if they wanted to go first, and I'll go last.
Joy just put her hand up right after you started to speak. So Joy, go ahead.
President Kranz, thank you. All I really want to do is reiterate what Board Member Hinsey and I spoke with Isam and Steve about, and it was a really productive meeting. But we have some really great information here, and thanks Board Member Mosca for requesting this rate comparison too, which is the final sheet we're looking at, because it really does demonstrate where we stand. And we aren't paying a lot for our water relative to some of our neighbors. But on the other hand, given the stresses of our citizens, and it seemed also our board's interest in looking at more scenarios that ramp up, we thought that it was prudent to respond slightly more conservatively than the first proposal. So that's why, and it was really fun working in the model, by the way. I can see how Steve enjoys doing that, and I appreciate he did it real time for us, so we could say, so what about this scenario? What about this scenario? How does this work? And what are the consequences? So that's how we got to the 5.5, the 6, and the 6.5 ramp up. So I'm just really only stating kind of a support for the direction I thought that we were going. And I think that this scenario 5 has tried to meet all of our objectives. So Member Hinsey may want to add some of her thoughts.
All that I would add that was well summarized is that we wanted to be sensitive to the pandemic, sensitive to no real steep rate increases, and also continue to have really, low rates compared to our neighbors. And so this was the one that we landed on. And we also liked that all of our reserves were fully funded, that we were taking some advantage of the compounding factor, but not going too much that we were going to be having huge rate increases, and continuing to keep our capital projects funded, and hopefully in future years we'll see purchases go up. People will be buying more water, but yeah, that was well summarized by my colleague.
Board Member Mosca.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Board Member Hinsey and Board Member Lyons for serving on that committee. I served on it the last go around, and so thank you. I know it's sometimes not always, it's intense sometimes when you have to drill down into the numbers. Just a few questions. So in terms of Steve, in terms of the $6 million for water purchases, we heard Mary talk today about local versus imported water, and what we may be doing for the next year or the coming year. And knowing that what's going on with Lake Hodges and the regulatory framework, which we're kind of operating under, that we're shedding acre feet there. And so when you're modeling this, when we say $6 million of purchases in the future, is that basically with the kind of 30% local water and then purchasing the rest imported?
Yeah, I would, it's what you would call an average year, a normal or average year.
Well, a few years back, it was 50% local water. So what is an average year? I mean, it's average. and going forward, could, you know, with everything that's going on with that dam, you know, is average now going to be 30? Are we forecasting average is going to be 30% local? Just to kind of interested in knowing that.
I believe so. Let me get into the model and go to where we did that. Imported. Let's just, it looks like, okay, so roughly 38% of water from Lake Hodges, 58%, let's call it 60-40. Let's call it 60% local water and, I'm sorry, imported water, and 40% local water.
So consistent with what Mary says, and just forecast it out for the 5 years. So that's conservative. Just saying that we may be spending more for our water than normal. Hopefully we can get back to those days of 50% local and maybe even greater than that. Let's move to under scenario 5, the recommendation from the committee. Can you, I mean, it's one thing to say CIP 25% cut. Could you show me in real time, like, what does that mean? What, you know, and, you know, I don't know if maybe the general manager or somebody can talk to this. What does that mean in terms of the projects that we have on the CIP? If you sustain a 25% cut for the next 2 years, 3 years, what are we talking about not doing?
Okay, and let me jump in, Board Member Moscow. You know that we as a district, we depend a lot on other agencies for the majority of our CIP. And the way that we have been doing that in the previous years, we would have been allocating an annual amount for each and every year for joint facilities, which range between $1.5 to $1.75 million. We currently are in the process of finishing the master plan for 2010 that was, or 2012, that was done for the joint facilities.
You just went on mute.
I'm sorry. Okay, so let me restart. So basically what we do on an annual basis is we add an annual amount into our CIP funds for the joint facilities. And now we're doing the same thing for Lake Hodges. So cutting by 25% execution rate does not mean that any of the projects were not going to be done. Just to give you an example, the joint facilities master plan that was done in 2012, most of the projects will be completed in 2022. That's why in 2020 or 2021, 2022, that's why for next year, we have not reduced that amount of execution rate because we know that we're going to spend the money. But after even finishing that year, there will be monies in the fund for future projects. Again, it's like $9 million that we currently have. We're going to be spending $4 million. So $5 million will still be in the account, and we're going to add the $1.5 million for future years. Now, this year, they're going to do the master plan for the next 10 years for the joint facilities. And the outcome of that will be sometime in September or October. And during that, based on that CIP, then we'll figure out how many projects we'll have to do in the future. But again, the next 3 years, there's not going to be any major projects, because if there are projects that come out of the master plan, we're going back to the same old story of design, planning, and project management before we actually get to construction. And by that time, we would have saved the money. So we are not reducing the amounts, but we are just saying that the execution rate, by reducing it 25%, just makes sense because we depend on other agencies for the majority of the CIP projects that we have.
All right, and so, but then that means, just for clarification, that means that the relationship with Santa Fe, that we're holding up our side of the bargain, everything that we've agreed to, and that we're moving forward with all of the different joint projects that we've talked about. And then the projects that we've already kind of planned for as a water agency by ourselves, we're not putting off any of those those projects. All right.
Correct.
All right. And then in terms of Steve, as we kind of look forward, if scenario 5 was put in place, as we look forward to the outer years, to get to kind of well, this is hard because the general manager just said there's not really an impact, but in terms of the CIP, but as we look to those outer years, do you see a greater climb to get up to reasonable rates for the ratepayers? I mean, in theory, if we're basically not fully funding something, even if it's rate stabilization, you know, we're gonna continue to see the normal inflationary factors and normal increases in doing business as an enterprise fund. And if you compound that with the fact that we're not meeting, if we basically have something that doesn't meet certain goals of ours and policies, wouldn't that mean that the outer years are going to be just basically that much higher? Like that we would basically see, you know, suggestions from you of 8%, 9% in the subsequent years?
That's kind of hard to answer because it really just depends on, you know, what you want to spend and what you want to do. We did assume 5%, you know, you're setting rates for 3 years. We assumed 5% in those last 2 years. So that implies for at least the next 5 years, you're all set in terms of, you know, you're worried about higher rates. Well, we essentially have 5.5, 6.5, and then what was it? 5.5, 6, 6.5, and then we modeled 2 5s after that. Okay, so, you know, if you're comfortable with this financial health for the next 5 years, this right here, this financial health, then I'd say, you know, you're not looking at big rate increases in the final 2 years. But as you know, a lot of things can change in 5 years. You know, the Lake Hodges cost could change, and it's kind of hard for me to predict. You know, it's kind of hard to predict even just a couple years out, even 5 years out. It's kind of hard for me to say what it's going to be in year 6, 7, 8, or 9, you know, with so many things moving around.
All right. I just don't want to have a situation where we're kicking the can down the road and we end up basically having to hike the rates even more. But it sounds like it's not necessarily clear that would be the scenario.
Well, let me answer it this way, if it gives you a little bit of more comfort. A lot of people often want to know, what is everyone else doing? You know, they just like to know, what is everyone else doing? And the AWWA a little while ago did a research across the country and found that on average, water agencies are increasing their rates around twice the rate of inflation. And when they did the research, inflation was, let's just say, just shy of 2%, maybe 2%, a little more than that. So, you know, to say around, and I think California is a little bit more than the rest of the country, because as you know, California has a premium for living here on most things. So when I just look around to a lot of my, this isn't a scientific research for me, but when I just think of all the, you know, I work with about maybe 24 clients, it's very common that I see 6, 5, 6, anything in the mid to upper single digits is what I would say everyone else is doing. I think I see single digits when an agency hasn't done anything for several years. So in other words, if they haven't implemented rate increases for a number of years, then they'll be up around 9% rate increases because they got to catch up. You know, so I see a lot of 8 or 9s for agencies that haven't done anything. But I've got quite a few clients now who kind of do something every year. You know, they get their customers acclimated to rate increases every year. They're usually around inflation or double inflation. So around there, I'll see like 3, 4, 5, 6, which is essentially where you are. So I don't know if that gives you any comfort. I guess it's a way of saying that you're not out of line with a lot of the agencies that I'm working for right now.
That does help, Steve. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done so far. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think those are very reasonable questions, and I wondered the same thing, but I have seen the trend in the San Diego Water District is to revisit this issue on a fairly regular basis. So I'm going to trust Isam and his team will monitor this sort of thing and you know, raise the flag if there are concerns, because I'm with Board Member Mosca. I don't want to get up into the 9%, 8% range. So you know, please, you know, make sure that we manage this in a way that allows us to make decisions that wouldn't put us in that position.
And we will do that once our master plans, both for our district and for the joint facilities, are done. We will have a much better understanding of what is the proposed projects for the next 10 years. And obviously, you guys will be involved in that, and we will bring it to the board if there is anything of concern that we see.
Okay, thank you. And we are looking, we've reviewed and discussed, we've need to select a presented rate scenario, one of them, and direct staff to schedule a public hearing on August 18th in compliance with Prop 218 requirements to consider adoption of the new water rates and charges. And I will entertain a motion to that effect. Board Member Lyons.
Right. I was raising my hand to move to select the scenario 5 that's been presented and worked through for moving forward to schedule the public hearing to work out the scenario and schedule the public hearing for August 18th.
And I will second that motion.
Great, thank you.
We'll start voting. Board Member Hinsey,
Yes.
Board Member Lyons,
Yes.
Board Member Mosca,
Yes.
Vice President Blakespear,
Yes.
and President Crayons.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Isam and team. Raftelis, thanks a lot. And with that, we are done with our action items. Doesn't appear to be any informational items. Board member reports pursuant to AB 1234 can be saved until our next meeting in August. And General Manager Isam, do you have any reports today? Short ones.
I'm just very excited that we are reopening our offices. Our staff is back in the office, and we are here to serve our public in person. And yesterday we have celebrated our field crews who have been on the front line providing excellent service to our customers, ensuring the reliability of our system. And also I want to thank them for dedication and commitment. And thank you for joining us in that celebration that took place yesterday morning.
Yeah, that was great to get together yesterday morning. For the last year, I've been able to roll out of bed and go to work in my pajamas. And, you know, so it was tough to show up at 6:30 in the morning with clothes on, but your team was there, and a bunch of fine folks who throughout the pandemic were out making sure water was flowing, and pipe leaks were fixed, and meters were read. And again, my hat's off to all of them. Mayor Blakespear gave a nice little presentation talking about the strange times we spent the last year with the lights flickering, and our team of Public Works and Water District folks really busted their rears to make sure that everything was still working. So my hat is off to you and your team, and thank you all very much. And with that, we are adjourned to the next board meeting, which will be held on August 18th. So, and we will be, it looks like, in person for that. So no more Zoom diggity for the meetings for a while. So we'll see you at the council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then just a reminder that San Diego Water meeting has just adjourned. Stay tuned on this same link for the city council meeting. Just give me a minute, Mayor Blakespear, and I'll switch the meeting over.
Okay. Does anybody on city council need to take a quick 2 or 3 minute break, or should we roll
Minutes
forward.
would be good. 5 minutes would be awesome.
5 minutes. Okay, let's come back and we'll start at 6:25 promptly.
Jim, you might want to turn off your microphone. You can start when you are ready.
Okay, thank you. Well, welcome everybody. This is the regular city council meeting for the city of Encinitas. It's Wednesday, June 16, 2021 at 6:25 p.m. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Hensy,
Here.
Councilmember Lyons,
Here?
Councilmember Mosca,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Krantz,
Here.
and Mayor Blakespear.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present this evening.
Okay, thank you. And I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now I'm going to ask the city manager to give an update on our meeting schedule plan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to announce that our first in-person meeting will be on Wednesday, August 11th. And I know that that might be a little bit disappointing to some in the community, but we have already noticed a number of items in the planning department for the 23rd. And those notices all say that the meeting will be via Zoom. We have to adhere by those notices. So our first in-person will be August 11th. As indicated during the Water District meeting, the City Hall is open and our public counters are open. We just won't be live in the council chambers until August.
So, and just thank you for sharing that with anybody who might be calling in on that topic. But just also to clarify, so we have one more meeting before the summer recess. So that meeting will be over Zoom, then we'll have summer recess. And then the very first meeting after the summer is in person. So that's the first meeting we have in August.
Correct. I should have mentioned that we do not have any council meetings during the month of July.
Okay. And that is typically what we do with our summer calendar. So that's not unusual or a change. That's the custom that has been the case for this city, as well as almost every other city that I'm aware of, at least in this county, as well as agencies like SANDAG and NCTD and that kind of thing. So, okay, well, thank you very much for providing that update. And maybe we'll provide it at the end of the meeting too, just as a reminder for anyone who might not be here at the beginning. So do we have any oral communications today?
Yes, Mayor, we have several. And before I call the speakers' names, if I call your name and you are actually speaking on an agenda item, if you would just please let me know. Otherwise, if you are speaking on oral communications, which is for any item that is not listed on the agenda, you will have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Aaron Niedermeyer. Aaron, you can start when ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi there. Thanks for letting me join in. And you know what? This is the first time I've done this, so I'm not even sure if I'm on the agenda, but I was calling in regards to the Olympus Park in Encinitas.
That is not on the agenda, so you can go ahead and I will start your 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of Olympus Park that was built in Encinitas and opened up in regards to the park and how busy it has been. It's a park in a residential neighborhood right off Parias and Olympus, and it's a very overbuilt park for the location. It's filled with 2 dog parks, 2 basketball court, skate park, zip line, a slide hill, swings, lots of stuff. So it's more of a destination park, as we realize, and there's no parking or bathrooms. So unfortunately, the neighborhood has been inundated with cars parking everywhere. And what I was hoping we could do is maybe get some permit parking up in the neighborhood and maybe do it from 7 a.m. to like 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. and give the opportunity for the residents to have, free passes for at least 3 cars. So we can park in our own neighborhoods and in front of our homes. Throughout the day, there's much over 100 cars parked near the park. There is 20 spaces directly in front of the park, but unfortunately, people are coming from all the way from Poway, I guess, and it's been a huge issue. Has any of you heard of this or aware of it?
Aaron, if you just, can't respond during oral communication, so just continue with your comments.
Oh, okay. Anyway, that's what I was inquiring about, if we could get some permit parking for Cotter Street and Skyro Street and Olympus. That's further in the neighborhood. I think that should alleviate, from people going to this park so much. I mean, I don't blame him for going to this park because it is a fun park. It's just way overbuilt for the location. We are surprised that engineering put all this stuff into a park that has no parking and no bathrooms. So people are using the park as their toilets. I actually had somebody having a little porta potty for their 5-year-old going to the bathroom in front of our house on the sidewalk. Yeah, it's just way overbuilt and overdone. So hopefully Encinitas can help us out since they kind of created this and didn't kind of do maybe, a check on how this would affect the neighborhood, putting so many amenities in such a residential area with no parking and no bathrooms. So hoping that permit parking can be put into place in the surrounding streets. And that's about it. Is my 3 minutes up?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank
and then
you.
For those of you that are raising your hand, I will call your name in the order that you registered. Our next speaker is Gerald Kessler.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I would like to give my weekly PSA to discuss the housing project on Melba, which is slated to clear cut 200 trees, a grove of Torrey pines, and tear down a historical home built in 1934. I'm speaking on behalf of the neighborhood concerned citizens group, the Melba Alliance for Safe and Healthy Environment. The Melba Staver Housing Nightmare Project has continued to upset the neighborhood, especially the longtime residents of 40+ years. These residents have paid taxes, lived relatively peaceful coexistence in the community, but now the city approved multiple housing projects based on the density bonus AB 2345, which seems to be taking what little amount of open space they have left, and especially the Staver project on Melba Road, which is taking down the current tree line connecting old Encinitas to new Encinitas. The tree canopy can be seen through the entire length of Melba Road. The city has already placed at least 3 housing projects on Belore and Melba that are at best oversized homes built on tiny lots. The architecture does not fit in with the current eclectic look of the neighborhood. All these new homes stand out like eyesores and cluster-like style, not even looking or blending with the older homes. I thought Encinitas had certain codes for homes, but apparently not. Anything goes for these builders. I feel like the city should be working with the neighborhood to preserve the Melba property. I wonder if when the Staver project was presented to the city council, if they even looked at the tree line and suggested other things to the Staver Pacific developer. I am asking them now to please evaluate this property and work with the surrounding community to preserve what little open space we have. Respect the elders of the community who have supported the city throughout their lifetime and raised their families peacefully. Please look and see if there's local nonprofit or federal grant money, Parks and Recs funds that would help support the neighborhood's vision in preserving this historical home, the 200 trees, grove of Torrey pines on that property. One more thing or two. I took a walk up to Island View to see just how that would impact the longstanding peaceful neighborhood. The one neighbor at the top of Island View, I haven't even mentioned, has a rustic, beautiful horse farm and barn that is going to be directly impacted by the 31 homes from the Staver project. And her mature Torrey pine tree abuts the property. This resident has lived there since the 70s, another long-term steward of the land and surrounding community. This is probably the last horse ranch in Encinitas. The noise and dust that the animals have to deal with during this is not fair. As Joy Lines mentioned in a recent email recommending people nominate a neighborhood tree in honor of anyway, it looks like.
Ms. Kistler, that is your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Ruben Flores. Ruben, you can start when ready.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. City Council members, I've been wanting to express my feelings for a while. It is not easy for me to be on the record to express my dissatisfaction at your blind support for the mayor's elitist agenda disregarding values and priorities that are important to many Encinitians. I thank you for your service, but if you continue to act in the same fashion, I urge voters to stop supporting all of you for election to public office. As you know, I'm a resident of Encinitas since 2000, and I opened my home to most of you, providing my support for your election. I was a strong supporter of our mayor. But when your collective actions lead to the destruction of our community, I believe that we must change course. I am very disappointed by how all of you collectively allow our mayor to drive a personal, extreme liberal agenda of densification and fake inclusion and diversity solely to promote her political aspirations. I am a registered Democrat. Your actions make me reconsider what are truly democratic values. Our mayor expresses her support as an environmentalist while approving drive-through coffee shops in high-traffic areas of Encinitas. She claims that she was forced to break our city into voting districts to allow for diverse voices to be heard, but misses the opportunity to call for elections and give citizens a voice, and instead chooses, with your complacency, to appoint not once or twice, but 3 times a new council member. Our mayor makes a big fuss about creating an equity and diversity committee, but she doesn't allow the voices of dissenting members of the council to be heard or debated. Our mayor, with your complacency, states that there's nothing you can do about the state pushing on Encinitas their ridiculous housing mandates, but none of you is voicing your dissent to the state or question why Encinitas is being singled out for compliance. If I was in your position, I would file a complaint against the state for harassing our employees. Pushing one's agenda with disregard for dissenting opinions is what tyrants do, like President Trump. But tyrants only win when no one stops them. And that is what each of you in the council is doing by allowing the mayor to run amok with our extreme policies. Governing by decree is a test and fail type of government. I urge all council members to stop this nonsense. Mayor, even though you believe the contrary, you were not elected to use your personal biases and impose them in the citizens of Encinitas. You were entrusted to be a guardian for our city, and instead you're destroying it. What is worse is that you offer no original ideas and become a talking head for your political supporters or projects created by others that fit your agenda. I cannot point to a single original Blakespeare idea that has benefited our community. I'll be back next week to speak about districts.
Okay, our next speaker is Nancy Perry Sheridan. Nancy, you can start when ready.
Hi, I do have a talk that I prepared for item 10B.
Okay, did you want to speak under oral communications? I have you listed for both.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, just on 10B?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I'll call you at that time. Then our next speaker is Carol Green.
Had to look for the unmute button. Thank you so much. Members of the Encinitas City Council, I wanted to speak in public communication today to draw your attention to the dangers of pesticides in our community. My children first started school, and it's been a little while. I was a new PTA leader, and I advocated for the California Healthy Schools Act. This was enacted in 2000. I saw children with severe reactions to pesticides, and this was of great concern to me. I've had these concerns about pesticides. I've heard concerns about pesticides in public comment at the Encinitas City Council meetings related to the hemp growing in Encinitas, and would like you to consider similar protections, especially when pesticides are used near homes, schools, daycare centers, and other places where people hike, play, and visit, like the park that we were earlier talking about. The California Healthy Schools Act is largely an information act that lets people know when pesticides are used. And it also includes integrated pest management, which is something that you might consider. The integrated pest management focuses on long-term prevention and suspension of pests with a combination of techniques such as monitoring for pesticides, making habitat less conducive to pests, improving sanitation, physically removing pests, and most importantly, I think, using less toxic pesticides only as a last resort. There is so much information on this act that I would encourage the city to explore it as they explore other means of cultivation throughout the city. Because of course it is your most important role, not rules, sorry, to protect the citizens of Encinitas. And I thank you for keeping that foremost in your thought.
Great, thank you. Next is June Hansberger. Let me see. Is June on the line? I do not see her. So we will move to S. Pignatore. I do not see them. How about let's move to Damian Johnson.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. My name is Damian Johnson. I'm an administrator for Senior Living Center, and our senior residents have physical and mental limitations that make some of them unable to advocate for themselves. They're definitely immune compromised and extremely sensitive to environmental toxins. And they need the protections that a sensitive use description would bring. Exposure from pesticides and other air contaminants and off-gassing from toxic chemical manufacturing and smoke like tobacco and marijuana are all potentially detrimental to the health of our residents. Within Measure H is a definition of those locations that could be considered as sensitive uses, and that a marijuana retailer must be 1,000 feet from a sensitive use facility. However, there is no distance requirements for marijuana grow sites in manufactured buildings. My question is, does the Encinitas Municipal Code have language regarding what the city considers sensitive uses? And if it does, would it consider senior living facilities and other adult care services as a sensitive use? As the number of senior living complexes, affordable or market rate, and senior care facilities increase in Encinitas, it's crucial that our residents receive these protections. It's never too early to put into place an ordinance or update a previously existing ordinance language that protects the health of Encinitas' most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our next speaker is Kathleen Lippett.
Good evening. Good evening, Kathleen Lippett here. I wanted to share a story with you that came out last week. The law enforcement community and the public received a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Southern District of California, regarding the unlawful dumping in El Cajon of 55-gallon drums of waste ethanol from a San Diego permitted marijuana manufacturing facility. Waste ethanol is what is left over after extracting oils from the plants, and it's highly combustible. The industrial waste dumping was discovered by citizens and the employees of the business where the dumps occurred. This is an example of the abuse by marijuana business permittees that generate large quantities of hazardous waste. In checking with the California Bureau of Cannabis Control, I found there was no oversight of marijuana regarding meeting the conditions of their permits. And the state CEQA review system has been dismantled, so the damage done to our environment has no mitigation procedures. In checking with the city of San Diego, I was told that they did not use proactive investigations, but react retrospectively, even though they have a cannabis department funded at the cost of $1 million a year. So how much does oversight and enforcement cost? Apparently a lot more than San Diego or California have. As you look at marijuana businesses in the city of Encinitas, Encinitas needs a thorough and truthful loss, benefit, cost analysis, pervasive oversight, aggressive enforcement, and comprehensive CEQA review. They cost more than could ever be estimated. And we just wonder, is it really worth it? I thank you for your time.
And then finally, Christine Schindler. Christine, are you speaking on oral communications and item 8F or just 8F?
Just 8F if it's
okay, great. Thank you, Christine. That does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you. We did not have a closed session today, so we have no report from closed session. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving to the consent calendar, item 8F does have a public speaker.
8F, okay.
8F.
I would entertain a balance on the motion.
I'll move the remainder of the consent calendar minus 8F.
I will second.
And I just have one quick question before we vote. I haven't seen the term Cardiff Sports Park expansion area used before, and I was curious what that refers to.
Mayor, this is Manager Carlin speaking. The expansion area is the grassy area that's right adjacent to the playground there at Cardiff Sports Park. It's on the northwest quadrant.
It's on Lake?
Correct.
On the northwest quadrant, a grassy area. Okay.
I think that's in front of the Seaside Center for Spiritual Living, isn't it? It's not actually on the main parcel of the 4 ball fields sports park, right?
Comfort Grants, it's right off the parking lot for the sports park.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but it's part of the park in terms of the way it functions, right? This isn't some new thing that we've taken over.
Nope, that is correct. It is part of the park.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Krantz?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. We can move to item 8F, and that is Christine Schindler.
Okay, go ahead, Christine, and we're eager for your comment.
This, I think this may be a little backward that we're doing this, but Christine Schindler, East Encinitas resident.
Christine, can you speak up a little bit? It's very hard for me to hear you.
Yeah, does that seem to be better?
That's much better.
Okay.
And maybe as she mentioned, I should tee her up a little bit because I've been communicating with her about an item that I'm interested in, and so maybe I should broach that subject before Christine speaks, if that's okay with you, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
This is a great item to see coming forward. Christine and her team and bike advocates are going to be using our community center for educational purposes and getting people up to speed on their mode shift to more bicycling in our community for the next year. And it's really great to see this. Recently, as an owner of new e-bikes in our family, I have seen too much unsafe riding that has been going on with e-bikes. I've seen them from my car as well. It has been an issue of concern in public forums as well as via email. And I've recently received some communication from Nico at Charlie's e-bikes. He's hearing anecdotally of some pretty significant issues that are arising. It was my hope that we could convene a public forum in the format of a workshop that would be somewhat of a summit. We would have a panel of Nico and perhaps Christine and a representative of the sheriff's office, perhaps a administrator of a local junior high, maybe a student, and hear from the public and hear the concerns that some automobile drivers have with the new fad of e-biking, as well as from e-bikers and other bicyclists who may have concerns about what they're seeing, and try and get a sense of the situation that might allow our community to have a conversation about what's going on. Nico recently has conducted some workshops.
I'd like to just interrupt you here. Excuse me. So the idea of having a summit, I think, is an idea we should discuss at the end of the meeting. And this is really for meeting management purposes. We do have a packed agenda, and I don't want to get sidelined with that, given that this agenda item that's on consent is for the city to work with the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition to provide cycling courses at the community center. So the summit idea, I think, is somewhat separate from this, and I do want to talk about it, but I really don't want to talk about it right here, and I don't think it's that relevant to this item.
Well, it is your meeting, but it is relevant to this item because it's this group that is going to be conducting the classes and participating in the summit. So it seemed to me to be an ideal time to talk about this particular subject. So, you know, but if you prefer to kick it to the end of the meeting, that's fine. We can have that conversation there. I'd essentially like to invite my colleagues to join me. I'd love to have it in a public facility. If it's not going to work out, that I don't have the support for that, I'll have it in a private facility. But I think it's an important conversation, and I'm looking forward to having that. And so perhaps Christine can have her 3 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Christine.
So you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so this is, you know, this idea of Deputy Mayor Kranz is, you know, in addition to things that we all are currently doing with regard to bike safety and e-bike safety in particular. So I'll just mention a few of the things, but the city of Encinitas and the Bike Coalition recently put together a video that's going to be coming out, say in a month or so, about e-bike safety. We have done some online workshops. We're going to be doing some bike safety classes during Seaside Camp. And there, through Councilmember Henze and others, we're working on more and more middle school e-bike safety outreach and education as well. So this is kind of, I was happy when Deputy Mayor Tony reached out to me to kind of talk about this idea. I think it's, you know, another good way that we can bring some attention to this and hopefully, you know, encourage safer behaviors of not only the young kids that are riding the bikes, but the parents that are making the decisions about what type of bike to buy. And, you know, the community members, whether they walk or bike or drive, you know, everybody wants to make sure people are safe. Nobody wants to hit someone walking or biking. So I'm in support of this if this is what you all decide to do, and continue the conversation. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Lyons.
Mayor Blakespear, I'd like to move to approve agenda item 8F, Memorandum of Understanding between the city and the San Diego Bike Coalition to provide city cycling courses.
Second that motion, because I think this is really important item, and we're doing more and more in terms of programmatic approach to address the issue of safety, especially among the additional e-bikers that are on our roads.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Henze?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kranz?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay,
That
thank you.
takes us to item 10A.
So 10A is the Encinitas Community Grant Program application requests. Before we hear the staff report, how many public speakers do we have on this item?
We have one.
Okay. So we'll hand it over to Arts Program Administrator Gilliam.
Good evening, Mayor Blakespear. Participating in the agenda item this evening is Senior Management Analyst Groff and Management Analyst Gilliam.
Kathleen Lees is also joining us. Kathleen participated on the evaluation panel and is available to answer any questions you may have about the evaluation process. We would like to thank the other members of the evaluation panel, Carol Wolf, Courtney Lapine, Jesse Hanwitt, and Chris Kulik. We also want to thank the Ecke family for a generous donation to the grant program this year. This is the third year in a row that the Ecke family has assisted us financially with the grant program, and we are very grateful. The evaluation panel has made funding recommendations totaling $142,254. $7,746 has yet to be allocated. In past years, the City Council members have each allocated a portion of this amount of funding. If you're interested in doing that this evening, that amount would be $1,549 for each council member to allocate this evening. If council could let us know the application number for additional allocations, that would be very helpful as we go through this next part of the agenda process. This concludes the agenda report, and we are available for any questions you may have.
Okay, well, thank you. We always appreciate the really hard work of our commissioners putting this together and evaluating the applications. I've heard it described as one of the more satisfying parts of being a commissioner because you're working with other commissions. And so I just wanted to say thank you so much. And I wanted to make sure and call on Kathleen Lees, who has been patiently waiting here for quite a while to make her comments. So would you like to say something, Kathleen? We cannot hear you.
There, now you should be able to hear me. I didn't have any prepared comments. I want to reiterate what you just said about it being very satisfying that we can all work together. And it's this is the second time I've done it, and it's interesting to see kind of the different favorite kinds of things, the way the different commissions have different sense of what's important. And one thing that we all want to do is to bring out the part of our community that doesn't necessarily participate in everything that's going on. And so that's something I always personally pay attention to, is what kind of effort are the different groups making towards bringing outreach to the parts of our community that don't necessarily always have a chance to take advantage of the many wonderful things that happen in this community. And that's another thing that when you see what's going on in Encinitas and all the wonderful people that just want to bring their time and talent and participate, it's really, really encouraging.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, thank you for all your hard work. And I also see our Arts Commission Chair, Irene Abraham, is on. If she wanted to say anything, be happy to call on her.
I think Kathleen did a great summary of the pleasures of being on this, the grant program evaluation. I was on it a couple of years ago, and I really enjoyed it as well. And it is wonderful to see how many organizations volunteer their time to promote for the benefit of the community.
That's true. Okay, so before I call on my council colleagues, I'm going to ask to hear the public speaker, and then I'll go to my colleagues.
Our public speaker is Kathy O'Leary. Kathy, you can start when ready.
Yes, actually, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Kathy wasn't able to make it tonight, so I am Marilyn Scheininger. I'm taking her place. I'm a member of the Grants Committee from the Assistance League of Rancho San Diego. On behalf of the Assistance League, I want to thank you for your consistent support of our Operation School Bell program and for the $3,000 grant to our Operation School Bell philanthropy. The grant funding will support Operation School Bell this year. Your grant will help us purchase school clothes for 43 children of low-income Encinitas families. We are proud to be able to continue to serve North County families. Studies show that children who come to school inappropriately dressed are at a disadvantage, and that appropriate school clothing can improve school attendance and help classroom performance. By providing proper school clothing, Operation School Bell helps children arrive in the classroom better prepared to learn. Not only do we provide needed school clothing for these elementary age children, we also deliver a message of joy, community support of their efforts to gain skills that prepare them for a successful life. In October of 2020, our volunteers worked with parents and 500 Encinitas children so that they could collect new school clothes at the local Target store. Each child of a qualifying family could spend up to $50 tax-free for school clothing and shoes. The Assistance League spent $25,000 on clothes for Encinitas children. I know that the council has extra money to allocate tonight. I would ask for an additional $750 to $1,000 for our Operation School Bell program, since we will now be serving over 600 Encinitas students. Your grant is making a difference in the lives of Encinitas children in need. Thank you very much.
That concludes speakers on this item, Mayor Blakespear.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, if I may, we'd like to share the screen so that you can see the funding allocations. We get to do that.
Definitely, please do that. And I'll call on Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Blakespear. Following up on Jim Gilliam's overview of some additional money available, I would like to remind my colleagues of a letter we received last week when this was initially on our agenda from the Executive Director of the Cardiff 101 Main Street, Allison Wishlachowski, and requesting consideration for funding for one of the grants submitted that didn't receive funding. The name of that grant is it's the Cardiff COVID Community Response Art Project. I was not able to pull this up just now to get you that application number, Jim, as you requested. So I apologize for some reason. Is that 9?
9.
Okay, good. Yes. And the request was for 4,500. And I realized that the amount that I have some authority over recommending is 1,549, and would like to be able to select that project to receive that 1,549. I just want to wrap up by saying I'm just so excited about this whole grant program. When I was on the Environmental Commission for 2 years, I served as a judge, and so I know how hard it is, but it's a labor of love because there's so many wonderful programs in our city that really do deserve funding. So I think we're doing the best we can with how we can fund these.
Okay, well, thank you for starting that off with your allocation, the newest council member throwing it down.
Okay, good.
Okay, Councilmember Mosca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to echo your original comments, I want to thank Kathleen Lees and Irene and all the folks that around the table there at the arts department, everybody that has had a hand at doing kind of divvying this up now. I know it's no easy task, especially since we have so many amazing organizations doing some really good work in our city, and there's not enough money to allocate. Clearly the money has gone down over the years that we've been allocating, but we're doing our best and we're allocating money. So that's the positive thing here. So we have, it sounds like we have 1549, but I will note that Deputy Mayor Kranz said I can allocate his money, so I will be allocating double that if that's okay. No, joking. What I'm going to do is I'm going to identify 5 different organizations and allocate $309 for each of those. First on my list is number 2, Assistance League of Rancho San Dieguito. This is an organization that's amazing. And I've gone to every one of their Operation School Bell events at Target, our local Target, every year that I've been on city council. And I can tell you, having witnessed it with my own eyes, how much this means to the kids, the families attending our local schools. Marilyn and Kathy were right on in terms of you know, how meaningful it is, and how much they do to support this project. And, you know, I go in there and just kind of see how it's all going and help out a little bit, but there's a lot of folks, volunteers that are really dedicated and committed to helping out. And it makes such a big difference. You should see the eyes of these kids kind of coming in and getting new clothing so that they can go to school, be prepared, and focused on what they need to be focused on, which is learning. So $309 for number 2, Assistance League of Rancho San Diego for their Operation School Bell. Next one is number 6, Boys and Girls Club of San Diego, $309. I'm a big fan of Boys and Girls Club of San Diego. Them and YMCA do really special stuff in our community. So number 6, $309. Next one is number 21, Feeding San Diego Encinitas Operations, $309. We have a lot of folks that are food insecure, and this program really helps a lot of folks here in the city of Encinitas. Number 28, Meals on Wheels, Encinitas meal delivery. I've had an opportunity to go on some deliveries, and it does help folks. It's so important to support this program. There are a lot of seniors, folks that cannot leave their house, that this supports, and I want to be supportive of them. So $309 for number 28. And the last one is number 19, Encinitas Soccer League, Encinitas Express. This is a really big one for me as well. My kids have gone through this, and I've seen how important it is for the physical health of our kids in our community that we have programs like this. So $309 is the least I can do to support a program like this. And so that's what I will do. So I'll support it with $309 for number 19. And that's my feedback. Thank you, guys.
I don't think it's 19, Joe. I think it's 21, right? Like, isn't it the far number on the far left, or you're talking about that night? Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Councilmember Mosca, you have $4 remaining in the amount that is allocated to you. If you want to give that away.
So I'll $4 to the Assistance League.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. What about you, Deputy Mayor?
Okay, thanks. One of the things that I would like to do is extend my appreciation to the Ecke Family Foundation for stepping up again this year with a $10,000 contribution for this program. I do very much appreciate that their contribution to our community and its extensive, plenty of support for the Botanic Gardens and this and many other very worthwhile things. So thank you to them. I would ask that $775 be allocated to Los Angelitos, which is
number 25.
25, and the $774 to the Assistance League, line 2 there. Thank you. That's $774 for them, and $775 for Los Angeles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So I'm going to take a similar approach to Councilmember Mosca and divide mine up equally between 5 different organizations. So the first one is number 7, Campana Studios. And that one's a printmaking workshop. And got a lot of faith in Jay Bell, who will be running that, because he raised a lot of money through one of his programs to alleviate food insecurity last year. And then the second one is 101 Main Street, and they're number 14. And I like this idea of bike art that they'll be adding to our public space.
Pardon me, Councilmember Hensy, could you identify the amount you want to give? Councilmember Mosca gave $309 and then had an additional $4. So would you like to follow the same process?
Well, I think, what was it? 309.49 cents if you divide it up equally. So let me see. Oh, 209 and 80 cents to each one.
Okay, very good.
And then number 25, Los Angelitos. Then number 2, the Assistance League, and number 49, Study Buddies.
Okay, so you just-
Alliance.
It's number 7, 14, and 25. And number. Number 2. Yeah, so 25, number 2. That is 49. Thank you for your patience. All right, Mayor Blakespear, I believe you have an opportunity.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, how much is remaining on Los Angelitos number 25?
No, so just their amount, 20. So 4, 5, 80.
Every bit helps.
Right. Okay. So I thought that it might have maxed itself at 5,000, but it's not quite there yet. Okay. So I would like to divide mine between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So can you tell me the amount that would be? Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Could you say it again? 258. 258. Okay. So one of my questions was on number 7, Campagna Studios, which received 0. Could you just explain that a little bit?
Yes, I think there was some confusion as to their application text and who would be participating in the workshops. So it didn't score as highly as it could have.
Okay. Okay. That doesn't sound like a totally fatal flaw. So that's the one Councilmember Hinsey was referencing, that doesn't it have money now? Isn't that Jay Bell's?
Yes, it has $309.
I see. Okay, sorry, I'm looking at yours now. I'm going. Okay, so these are the ones. So number 6, the Boys and Girls Club of San Diego. I think they do incredible work helping the children of our community. Number 7, the Campagna Studios. Number 17, which is Encinitas Environment Day. I think the EcoFest is a great organization or a great event we have here, and it seems like they're always needing a little more money. Number 22, you want me to slow down?
No, I'm writing it down. That's okay.
You're okay. Okay. Number 22 is ePalpity, and ePalpity is just such a fantastic high-level classical music from international musicians that we host here, and I am thrilled to support it. 25 is Los Angelitos, which is almost unparalleled in our city in terms of the people who it's helping. And then my last one is 28, Meals on Wheels. So we know people who are food insecure are really just, they're on the edge, and it's so great. I've delivered these meals. It's so great to see people being provided food who need it. So I want to help support them. These are all really worthy organizations, as my colleagues have said, and we wish we could fund all of them. It's been so interesting to see the difference. When I was first elected, we would have multiple hours of testimony from people who would all leave disappointed because they wouldn't get as much as they wanted, or, you know, and they were asking for just a few more dollars kind of thing. And so, and a lot of these organizations are completely different than they were 5 years ago. So it's an interesting transformation. And but I'm grateful for all the work, and just want to say thank you very, very much to the staff and to the commission and to the ECIs for making this possible.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we will move on to our next item, which is the cannabis ordinance introduction. So this is regulating cannabis activity in the city of Encinitas, consistent with the voter approved ordinance, Measure H. So we'll turn it over to our associate planner, Jedinek.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sharing my screen now. Okay, good evening, City Council. I'm Evan Jedinek, Project Planner for item 10B, the City of Encinitas Cannabis Ordinance Amendment. A little bit of background: in 2020, Measure H was placed on the ballot through a petition of Encinitas voters. Measure H and the associated ordinance 2020-18 was passed at the regular municipal election and certified on December 8th, 2020. Measure H legalizes several cannabis-related uses in certain commercial, industrial, and agricultural zones throughout the city. The proposed discretionary actions, which are the zoning amendment, specific plan amendment, and local coastal program amendment, are necessary to ensure the city's land use tables are updated to be consistent with Measure H and to repeal the existing Municipal Code Chapter 9.21, which is inconsistent with the Measure H. No changes are proposed to Ordinance 2020-18, and it must be implemented as approved. Measure H specifies that cannabis retailers or dispensaries are permitted in the general commercial zone and in the commercial mixed-use zones of the downtown Encinitas specific plan, the commercial mixed-use zones of the North 101 corridor specific plan, the commercial and mixed-use zones of the Encinitas Ranch specific plan, and the general commercial zones of the Cardiff by the Sea specific plan. Other than retailers, Measure H identifies 5 other cannabis land uses, including product manufacturing, cannabis kitchens, distribution, commercial cultivation, and industrial hemp in the zoning districts listed on this slide. Product manufacturing and cannabis kitchens are allowed in the business park, light industrial, and agricultural zones. Distribution sites are permitted in the business park and light industrial zones, and commercial cultivation and industrial hemp uses are allowed in agricultural zone only. The only agricultural zone in the city is located in the Encinitas Ranch specific plan area. The cultivation of cannabis must occur within a greenhouse or enclosed space, and Measure H specifies the requirements for each different use to obtain a business license from the city. So next steps: after tonight's hearing, a second reading of the ordinance by the City Council is required, and it is likely to occur in August. If the City Council approves the local coastal program amendment, it'll be submitted to the California Coastal Commission for review and approval, which may occur in August or September. The proposed amendments will not become effective until after formal certification by the Coastal Commission, at which time the city can begin accepting applications. On May 20th, the Planning Commission heard the project and recommended that the City Council adopt the proposed ordinance, and also direct staff to 1, conduct public outreach and prepare maps showing potential locations for each type of use, 2, prepare an odor management ordinance, and 3, develop procedures for filing complaints regarding pesticide drift, odor, or other code enforcement issues. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council introduce Ordinance 2021-04 to repeal Municipal Code Chapter 9.21, to amend Municipal Code Title 30, and to amend the downtown Encinitas North 101 corridor, Encinitas Ranch, and Cardiff by the Sea specific plans, and to amend the local coastal program. Further, staff recommends that council consider the Planning Commission recommendations to direct staff to conduct public outreach and prepare maps showing potential locations, prepare the odor management ordinance, and develop procedures for filing complaints regarding pesticide drift, odor, or other code enforcement issues. And this concludes staff presentations, and we are available for questions. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Evan. Could we please have the number of public speakers?
We have approximately 12.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to that.
Okay, let me just make sure I see my list. Our first speaker is Jamie Hall. I'm just going to see if they're here. Jamie Hall. I do not see Jamie Hall. So we will move to Katie Poponiak.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm not, it seems, can you hear me?
Katie, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, Jamie Hall was going to be speaking. I was set to speak at oral comments, but I wasn't given time to unmute. So
is this Jamie?
Is Susan, no, this is Susan Pignataro.
We called you during oral communications and you were not
Actually,
there.
You did. You didn't give me any time to unmute, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
With all due respect.
If you're, go ahead and speak. Are you speaking under Jamie Hall or is? I'm just confused of, are you speaking?
I was asked to unmute. I was asked to unmute just now, but I can look at pulling up. If I can go and pull that up and have the next trade with the next speaker, I will look to see what I can pull up. I was not, because no one responded to my emails or the help desk, I wasn't prepared for you guys to suddenly unmute me.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're not ready, I can come back to you.
That would be great. Thank you.
And this is, what is your first name?
Susan Pignataro.
Okay. So then let's move to, is Jamie Hall is not on the line, I don't believe. Jamie Hall.
Well, that.
Okay, then let's move to Katie Poponiak.
Hello.
We can hear you, Katie.
Great, thanks. Honestly, I worked hard to prevent Measure H from passing. When speaking to City Council, I said I didn't want our city to be like Venice Beach with fake medical professionals and scrubs peddling pot on the boardwalk. Take a look at Venice Beach now. It's made the news. Listening to the health concerns of the residents around Dramanectar Hemp Farm is scary. It's scary to me because no department or staff person took action to respond to these serious health issues. What I'm hearing now is the federal EPA had to step in because the city and county did not help with pesticide exposure. Please consider the recommendations of the Planning Commission. I have some questions. Who at the city will be in charge of confirming odor or pesticide drift or use? What methods will the city use? Is there an internal procedure to conduct inspections? And what is the timeline for the city to respond to citizen complaints about these items? Will there be a form or a procedure to file a complaint? How does the city plan to confirm non-compliance of operators or bad operators? Please use your skills and power to make necessary changes to the municipal code to protect our residents. And once again, you know, we're stuck with proposition or Measure H, whatever you want to call it. I thank you, Tony, for being the only one on the council that was in support of trying to stop this thing. Thanks.
Thank you. And for those of you raising your hands, I will call you in the order that you were registered to speak. The next speaker is Barbara Gordon.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, my name is Barbara Gordon, and I wanted to let you know how much I have appreciated the Planning Commission for listening to the community's concerns with the staff report regarding this new marijuana ordinance. The Planning Commission's recommendations to prepare an odor management ordinance and develop procedures for filing complaints regarding pesticide drifts, odor, and other code enforcement issues is vital, as the resident should not have to tolerate any odor or drifting chemicals from these grow sites. The quality of life for those impacted cannot be underestimated or dismissed by the city. In Encinitas, like you have heard, there are other residents from these marijuana hemp cultivation sites that have been significantly impacted from their health. The environment is also going to be affected with the high water usage when we're in such an extreme drought condition. I said there are going to be direct and indirect consequences to the environment with the marijuana hemp cultivation sites. We should not be accommodating the marijuana industry while sacrificing the residents or our environment. I respectfully request that the city make this a priority to create and update their pre-existing municipal code language that will clearly address the problems associated with odor and the other environmental issues to protect all its residents. Do not fool yourself into thinking there will be no significant effect on the environment. The policies that you allow will affect this city for generations to come. The marijuana industry is all about big money and does not have the best interest of Encinitas or its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wilcox. Mark, you can start when ready, and you have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I had the opportunity to recommend to the Planning Commissioners and to the City Council members that there be some very clear language in the city's municipal code regarding conflict of interest for City Council members and staff and marijuana business applicants. This pay-to-play practice revealed by the KPBS story regarding the amount of money coming from marijuana businesses to elected officials has become more complex as media have uncovered this practice. And over the last year, marijuana businesses described themselves as cannabis capitalists, as they unapologetically exhibit the amount of money they are spending to curry favor with city councils and their staff on their websites. As we know from the recent Forbes magazine article, it described the money being spent to apply pressure in the halls of Congress and at the state level to push cannabis-friendly laws that increases the number and types of marijuana businesses in local cities. Just last month, the title began to morph from cannabis capitalists to cannabis cronies to better describe their influence at the highest level in government to local backroom deals. So I am very concerned with the hiring of HDL as a consultant for Encinitas because of its strong ties to Sacramento lobbyists and marijuana consultants. Here is the real issue. Will the voice of money from cannabis cronies and consultants take precedence over the citizens of Encinitas? This is really an easy fix. Please add the clear language. Thank you.
Next speaker is Diane Grace.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Diane Grace. Our family began living in Encinitas in 1979. Those were peaceful times, and we were proud to call Encinitas home. I am disappointed that the many questions asked to Planning Commission were not answered in the staff report before City Council tonight. I felt tonight's staff report would have been an excellent opportunity to answer some of the citizens' questions. These were questions not about Measure H, but about the city's municipal code and code enforcement procedures. One of my questions, as I understand it from Section 6 of Measure H regarding distribution site, is likely to have at a minimum trucks in and out of the location transporting marijuana and marijuana products, representatives of retailers, distributors, cultivators, manufacturers coming and going, and directors, officers, managers, employees, agents, and contractors of the distributor could be present on the premises. This could be a significant number of daily trips, contributing to profound and unexpected safety issues for surrounding businesses and residents. I would like to recommend that traffic safety data should be collected for distribution at applicants. These results should be posted at an easy to find location on the city's website. An applicant fee should be high enough to include the cost of those analyses. And hopefully the regulation regarding hours of operation will be monitored. I am sure that the city council members could imagine what large trucks coming and going at any time during the night would be like for neighboring establishments, residents, and neighborhoods. Buyer beware. These distribution sites have had huge impacts on traffic safety wherever they have been located. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly McCormick. Kelly, you can start when ready.
Good evening. This is Kelly McCormick. Many people are unaware. Years since marijuana regulation began, control has not conducted a single decoy operation anywhere in the state to ensure that regulated pot shops are not selling or delivering to underage buyers. I urge you to adopt enforcement measures that
it looks like we lost Kelly, so we'll come back to Kelly. Next is Nancy Perry Sheridan.
Hi, this is Nancy Perry Sheridan. I'm a resident of Cardiff, and I read with interest the staff report for Measure H before City Council members tonight for their consideration, and especially the Planning Commission recommendations. I was surprised to not see the plans from the Planning Commission included in this report. The recommendations are up on the screen now. Getting maps of the potential retail shops, distribution centers, and grows, a possible timeline for conducting public workshops, and most importantly, oversight and accountability protocols so that residents can depend on prompt attention. Are we in such a rush to open marijuana businesses in our city that we don't bother to accommodate the Planning Commissioner's recommendations to City Council now by providing these potential models to consider? In the preceding water district discussion, specialists talked about the benefit and importance of learning about what everyone else is doing, because it's prudent to gain that knowledge. I also hope that City Council would ask staff for a report from other cities regarding their experiences with the marijuana cultivation industry and any enforcement procedures for problems associated with the use of unregistered pesticides that residents have documented that can affect one's physical and mental health. Because of the increased risk to our teens, families, and residents regarding marijuana businesses and marijuana normalization, coupled with the fact that we can already anticipate the problems that neighbors, businesses, and sensitive areas like schools will have, my sense is there will definitely be a cost savings for the staff doing thorough work now, updating the municipal code and creating enforcement protocols and timetables. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly McCormick. Kelly, do you want to come back on the line?
Good evening. Thank you for calling me again. I'm a public health educator and director of a youth mentoring program. Many people are unaware that in the 4 years since marijuana regulation began, the Bureau of Cannabis Control has not conducted a single minor decoy operation anywhere in the state to ensure that regulated pot shops are not selling or delivering to underage buyers. I encourage you to adopt enforcement measures at the local level with meaningful consequences for violations. The marijuana industry, like the tobacco industry, pushes the boundaries in advertising and product design to appeal to young users. Studies from the RAND Corporation and others show that teens who view marijuana advertising or live near retail outlets are more likely to use the product. They also are the ones who suffer the most harm from marijuana use, particularly high THC concentrates like vapes and edibles. Fortunately, regulations will not allow Encinitas to be overrun with billboards as they are in San Diego, but I hope that you will take measures to limit other types of advertising, including signs and flyers. Science clearly shows that marijuana use by those under 25 increases their risk of addiction, mental health conditions, including marijuana-induced psychosis, suicidal ideation, and unfortunately, higher rates of death by suicide than non-users of the same age. In addition, hospital emergency departments and poison control centers are seeing increases in the number of children who inadvertently consume marijuana edibles, not safely stored out of their reach. These products look just like the regular candy or baked goods that they would be able to enjoy. I hope you will provide education about the harms associated with marijuana consumption and the need to store these products safely away from children. It would be wise to build the cost for this into the permit fees to ensure there is funding for it without diverting money from other city budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Rapp. Becky, you can start when ready. Becky, we can't hear you. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Oh, great. Good evening. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a mother and a youth group mentor representing a coalition of churches in the area. As the City Council receives information from the staff tonight and comments from the public regarding the implementation of Measure H, we wanted to voice our concerns as we feel it falls extremely short of protecting Encinitas and its youth. A close reading of Measure H does not have any separation requirements between parks or churches. I wonder if these sensitive uses were excluded. It's very possible that a marijuana outlet could locate next door to a church. Churches across the county have been tirelessly fighting to protect their congregations from the normalcy and commercialization of marijuana, and protect their families who utilize the church sites for childcare, from being next door to a marijuana outlet and other businesses, including the dangerous manufacturing sites that use volatile and toxic chemicals. Churches are also a place that often distribute food, clothing, and housing. I know that Measure H language can't be changed. However, our coalition of churches wonders if Encinitas Municipal Code could be augmented to protect them and parks. The religious community would greatly appreciate some sort of language that would protect them. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nancy Logan. Nancy, you can start when ready.
Good evening, Council. As the other speakers have said, I know there's no avoiding Measure H. It was voted on by a small margin and is here, but my hope is that you will be respectful of the Encinitas residents, the environment, and the community in general. Please be cautious as you move forward with this ordinance. We don't want to change the character of Encinitas that we know and love as you introduce more drugs into our city. Please carefully and fully vet the applicants of marijuana businesses. Know what each business is actually going to be. Be sensitive to the locations. They have unique ways to sneak in where they're not allowed to be. Remember, there are consequences to each of the applications that you approve. Just last night, I was at a dinner party where all 10 of us are Encinitas residents. The subject of marijuana came up. They were all extremely disappointed that this is actually happening here in Encinitas. And they're certain that many people who voted yes meant to vote no, but misread the question as written on the ballot, just like many people do in any election. You must keep in mind that 49% of Encinitas voters did not want marijuana in our city. Please don't only listen to and be influenced by the out-of-town marijuana industry. Listen to us and do what is best for us who voted for you, who live here, who work here, and love Encinitas. Thank you.
Next is Peggy Walker. I do not see Peggy's name. Peggy. Is this Peggy?
This is Peggy.
Oh, great.
Good evening, Council. I am here tonight because I'm concerned about signage regulations that are written without specifics, something that I think invites exploitation by this industry. Let me give you an example. This has occurred with a chain of marijuana businesses with outlets in La Mesa and Mission Valley and a third planned in Sereno Valley. The business name is Cookies, a name that obscures the actual nature of this as a drug business. The Cookies font and color scheme are designed to traffic on the child-friendly Sesame Street Cookie Monster theme. As such, this signage has stirred the ire of parents and businesses who believe the name and signs are an attractive nuisance. Parents have been misled into bringing children into outlets assuming they are legitimate bakeries. The Cookies signage would meet the minimal letter of the law, limiting colors to 2 and the name of the business only. But it intentionally exploits the spirit of the law, what we want, and that is to prevent advertising that is youth-friendly. Cookies signage intentionally portrays marijuana as something fun. The company, by the way, also markets a broad line of clothing and accessories, further marketing to youth and children. And among their accessories is an odorless lunch bag designed to mask marijuana odor. My point is that marijuana lawyers are paid to exploit municipal code regulations, and without specific sign restrictions, things like restrictions for size and font, color, lighting, mobility, etc., this industry will exploit the heck out of being compliant in its unrelenting intent to attract youth. We don't want that in Encinitas, so I ask you, please, explore if there's a way to add more specificity to signage regulations and measure as in the municipal code to require that names are generic and not attractive to children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judith Strang.
Good evening, City Council. Judy Strang, Executive Director of San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. I too would like to thank the Planning Commission, particularly for their recommendation of conducting public outreach. One of the concerns of the speakers that evening at Planning Commission, many of the speakers spoke to the issue of transparency so that the citizens of Encinitas will know what's going on in the application process. I wanted to share with you how the City of San Diego handles that situation. As you know, San Diego Alliance serves the catchment area for the San Diego Union High School District. So at the south end of the district, the school district, is Carmel Valley, where I live, which sits in the city of San Diego. And we have worked tirelessly in the city of San Diego since 2005 as they began their process of bringing marijuana businesses to the city, very reluctantly on the part of the citizens who opposed it all of the way. What they have done to make it more transparent for the citizens is they have a site that they call the Bulletin of Public Notices. The first notice that they publish is one when an application is filed with the City of San Diego. And it tells about the location and the applicant, and they do not allow the applicant to hide under an LLC title, because it's extremely important to know who your applicant is and where they're from. The next public notice that they file is when the city does their CEQA review, and they do a CEQA review, and they give you 10 days to appeal their CEQA determination. And many times that CEQA determination is appealed, and we get a wider view of the type of impacts to the environment that might happen, because citizens know things that city staff doesn't. The third notice that they file is when it goes before their planning commission. And in the City of San Diego, all applications go to the planning commission. And dependent on the planning commission's decision, the right to appeal it to the city council. While it's been unfortunate that there are marijuana businesses in the City of San Diego, the process of clear transparency so that the citizens have had the opportunity to share their concerns has been extremely worthwhile. And as I've watched the process, I've thought how wise it is for citizens to be included every step of the way. And so that would be my recommendation. As the Planning Commission said, let's have public outreach. Let's have workshops and find a way on the website to let all of us know where the application is in its process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tyler James. Tyler, you can start when ready.
Good evening. My name is Tyler James. I would like to thank the city for taking a stand against the tobacco industry and protecting the health of young people with its ban on the sale of flavored tobacco products in Encinitas. In fact, the San Diego County of Health and Human Services sponsored a full-page ad in the Union Tribune this weekend that said the tobacco industry has a kids menu. The tobacco industry is targeting kids with flavored tobacco products. It goes on to give a website address so people can, quote, learn how this is hurting our community and how tobacco retail licensing can help, unquote. The marijuana industry engages in the same tactics with flavored marijuana products, including flavored vapes that can contain 90% or more pure THC. They know that sweet and fruity flavors are preferred by the young teens. I urge City Council to ban the sale of flavored marijuana products for the same reasons that you banned the sale of flavored tobacco. This would be a huge step in protecting the health of young people and holding the industry to account for youth-oriented products. And remember, Measure H has no language regarding the types of marijuana products that storefronts will sell, so the city should establish this ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Pignataro. Susan, you can start when ready.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Hello, Mayor and City Council. This is Susan Pignataro. Regarding this particular topic, I too would like to thank the Planning Commission. I'm here though to discuss safe use of pesticides across the city and address your continued commitment to the environment so that Encinitas is known as a safe city to live in, work, and play in. I intended this to be an oral general comments, but it seems to apply here as well. I implore city staff and council to follow through with your commitment to the residents of Encinitas by providing clean air within our environment. To start, please investigate the apparent poisoning through what is looking like illegal pesticide use and exposure according to the Environmental Protection Authorities. Take action to fully investigate why the city of Encinitas and San Diego County ignored resident pleas for help and never took action to speak to those that were and are ill from apparent pesticide drift. Please provide clean and healthy air to residents. To date, our city has not acknowledged or directly tried to determine the root cause of our illness cluster, permitting it to multiply. Please reference the U.S. Federal EPA letter and California EPA email sent to Mark Dellin, city manager, on approximately May 21st, 2021, that addresses the illicit use of products, including chlorine dioxide, which is suspected to have been poisoning the residents. Please also reference Barry Pedler's letter and many discussions describing our illnesses, including gasping for air, ill-defined lung masses, respiratory problems, skin rashes, lesions, and ill pets. Our ill pets seemingly caused by pesticide, all of it, by pesticides released into our environment. No one in the city and county helped us when we needed it most. California EPA and the United States federal EPA officers found us, called, and showed up at our homes to help. Where were you? Where were all of you? Please identify root cause of this inaction and implement improved processes and procedures to protect us as per your oath. And for your future agenda items tonight, of which we are on right now, I am a Fox Point resident adjacent to commercial cannabis production, of which is suspected of causing these issues. Thank you very much for your service and for permitting me to speak.
Thank you. And then I'll just try on Jamie Hall. I do not see Jamie Hall on the list. So that does conclude speakers. Mayor Blakespear.
Madam Mayor, can we have the city attorney address those last points about the EPA's involvement with regard to the Fox, the Dram and Ector operation?
Definitely.
And specifically this question of what the city did in order to try and address the concerns of that neighborhood.
I'm not prepared to address that. Krantz, what I do is a little bit of time and then I can give you an update on that. A bit.
I was asking if the city manager, because I think maybe Mark DeLynn is on and the city manager is involved in that.
Okay.
Hi, thank you, Deputy Mayor Krantz. What some people are not aware is that the federal government decriminalized hemp and allowed states by design to allow county agricultural commissions to permit hemp like other agricultural type activities and plantings. So unfortunately, the city does not have the authority, but did work with Mr. Ector, as well as reported to the county ag commissioner the concerns of the residents. And it is my understanding that the county ag commissioner is working with US EPA and California EPA to address some of those concerns. We are not privy to those investigations, but we have been notified that they are in process. It is very frustrating. We have worked very hard to try to get the county agricultural commissioner to work with us on this. But as I indicated, there was state legislation that specifically takes hemp growing out of the purview of cities, unfortunately.
Thanks for that info.
Okay, did that answer all of your questions, Councilmember Krantz? Yes, okay. Any other council member comments? I wanted to address a couple of the public speakers. There was a reference to, or a question of why haven't you already implemented what the Planning Commission was recommending? And the Planning Commission recommendations, I think, will cost a little bit of money, like to put together the maps and the other parts of that. I do support all the Planning Commission recommendations. They seemed really good, really reasonable, directed toward helping us manage this. And so, but I just wanted to ask the staff, I mean, the request from the Planning Commission, the idea was that it would come to the council for the authorization to do that. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Blakespear. As always, I really appreciate all the well-informed input we get from the public. I just, you know, I always learn a lot. So I just want to start by saying that. I just want to, maybe before we make a motion, I'd like to get some feedback on how we can, or whether my colleagues here on the council would be interested also in adding in advertising and product design. You know, the concern about the signage has some specific language in our recommendation tonight. For me, that seems well aligned with what is important to us in protecting our citizens and our children. And advertising and product design and signage, it seems like it could be something that standards could be written around that could help to better regulate how the products are presented in retail. So I'm really thinking that may also come out in the public outreach portion of what the Planning Commission has suggested. And so it may have another opportunity to come forward, but maybe we could say even a little stronger by adding to a recommendation tonight that be included. Another suggestion I'd like to throw out there, and I'm not sure what kind of mechanism would be needed to do this, but what I understand is that the sensitive sites, sensitive use areas have been already defined in Measure H. And so that's kind of it's already defined. That's what we're gonna use for the criteria. But I wonder if we can go above and beyond what's already defined to include land uses such as churches and senior living facilities. And whether that's something that my colleagues would also like to consider. And I'm putting it out there for discussion.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councilmember Hinsey.
I support Councilmember Lyons' suggestion to see what we're able to do for our signage ordinance to tailor signage for these facilities that isn't directed towards children or attractive to children. I also wanted to comment, one of the speakers talked about a conflict of interest code for council members that would be transparent as part of what we bring back. And I think it's worth stating, how much we already have to live our lives within the parameters of contributions and gifts to the council members and things like that, especially in the city of Encinitas. It's really strict, but I think it's worthwhile to at least put that in writing as part of what comes back to us so that the public has some peace of mind that we're not favoring certain companies over others or letting that sway our decision making. I also wanted to ask about the question, Joy touched on it, but I also want to hear from the city attorney. If one of the speakers brought up, it was Becky Rapp, who brought up that certain churches have daycares or might be running something like a school. Are churches that provide a school use or an educational use, is that also included in this prohibition that within 1,000 feet there couldn't be a facility?
Danny, that is, also staff has been there, they've been looking, but my understanding is that be one of the sensitive areas that has a distance requirement.
I'm sorry, my internet cut out while you answered that. I don't know if that was for everybody else or just I was the lucky one, but would you say that again?
Yes, can you hear? Okay.
My video so I can hear you better. Let's try that.
I can't hear very well either. I can't hear our attorney very well.
No, you're cutting out, Leslie.
I actually think that Jennifer Gates might be able to answer that question just as effectively, if you don't mind, Jennifer. And then when Leslie gets better connection, she can hop back on.
Sure. The definition of the sensitive use is provided in Measure H, and it does specifically state that for purposes of this section, a school means any public or private accredited institution of learning providing instruction in kindergarten or grades 1 to 12, inclusive, but does not include any private school in which education is primarily conducted in private homes. So it gets pretty specific, but we'll continue to work with the city attorney's office about the specific daycare and school question in regards to the church locations.
Okay, thank you. And just the last consideration, and I know that our staff is pretty well versed in this, but maybe Jennifer, you wouldn't mind just talking a bit about the process. You know, we're not the first city that's gone through this situation, especially the first city in the coastal zone. And so somebody said, you know, how can we pick up best practices from other cities and lessons learned? Would you describe a little bit about that process that you'll undergo to be able to make sure we're doing that?
Sure. I think some of the other best practices and lessons learned that we'll be looking at is the public education component. Right now, we're utilizing HDL to assist us as they provide this resource to cities throughout the state, especially Southern California. So they're very knowledgeable of what other cities are doing in regards to their ordinance implementation. So we'll continue to work with them on the actual implementation of this process. I think the difference between these other cities is whether it was a proposition or not. And so we're working with a proposition, and so we're very limited. And it actually does define our registration process and our business license process within that measure as well. So we're trying to work through all the details and iron out what that process will be. We're still working through that. And so the goal is to have that process ironed out so that we can determine what those fees are going to be and bring those back to you hopefully in August.
Okay, thank you. And then, sorry, I thought of one last question because you mentioned that the process is pretty much decided for us because of the voter initiative. But reading through the initiative, there's some things that say, you know, you have to meet these minimum requirements. You have to have operated a business in the city of Encinitas for a certain amount of time. Is there any other leeway that we might be able to include as part of the decision-making process? Like whether or not one of the commercial operators has a focus on social justice as part of their business model, or if it's all women run, you know, things like this that I hear other cities are able to prioritize.
The county is prioritizing that in their focus, but they're getting to write theirs again. So in this case, I mean, that's a question that we can ask the city attorney's office as well. But as we've gone through this with the city attorney's office, its constant reminder is, you know, we have to look specific to what we can, if there is any description or anything that we can provide within the application process. I don't know if that specificity for providing as the preference, because you know that's that description part where they're going to register, and then there's going to be a preference criteria, and then they're going to get tiered, and then there's a lottery based on that tier system. And so right now that is not included within that tier system of who goes first in that lottery.
Okay.
But we can ask and follow up.
Yeah, I think if there is any room in there to provide more descriptors to, you know, include certain businesses as higher up in the preference list, I think that would be worthwhile. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Moscow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All good questions and comments so far. Just to kind of pick up on some of the points made by Councilmember Hensy and others, some public comments, public speakers as well, about the importance of when we're going through these applications that we're receiving and deciding who is advancing and who is not. Because in some ways the ordinance, the initiative kind of allows for kind of a monopoly situation that we're in some ways creating, right? Because it allows for limits on how many businesses. And so certainly how those applications are processed is going to be critically important. And in the staff report, at least for me, the first time I've seen the name HDL Companies, who is retained to help us with this process. Can you tell me a little bit about HDL Companies and how we found them and how we came to hire them to help us with this process?
Would you like me to take that, Ms. Gates? Okay. I saw you didn't turn on your microphone. So HDL is our city sales tax consultant. There's two such consultants in the state, HDL and Muni Services. We happen to use HDL. They have helped a number of cities assist with this process, including the cities of Pasadena and several other in Orange County and Los Angeles County. So it was really basically that firm or the other firm, which we did not have familiarity with here in Encinitas. What they have done to assist us with is to provide some guidance on, if you can imagine, we have this measure that's kind of handed over. So everything from here are your choices on where you can place this language within your municipal code, to don't forget that in addition to your municipal code, you need to amend your zoning ordinance. And then after you're done amending your zoning ordinance, you need to bring this to the Coastal Commission for approval, et cetera. So they're providing that advice as well as giving us decision points on various aspects of the measure that we do have some leeway on. For example, Council Member Hinsey, I do not believe that we have any latitude to put additional regulations such as social justice, et cetera. I believe that that was already asked of HDL and the attorney's office. So they've helped us to not only work with our attorneys and look at the pieces of the measure, but also to let us know the order and the steps in which to bring it forward to you, recognizing that nobody on our staff has ever done this before.
So you're saying that there's only 2 agencies that we're aware of, 2 companies that we're aware of that does this work. Are there, but there are no other companies that do this type of work? So like the County of San Diego or La Mesa, all these cities have either used HDL or Muni?
I think there are other firms that probably are out there that could have assisted us. When Assistant City Manager Deline talked with various cities, we found that cities used a variety of approaches, but most were either using HDL, Muni services, because they will also, by the way, help us with regard to any potential tax measure and sales tax forecast, that type of thing. Other cities have staff that they used in-house. When I was in the city of Santa Barbara, they identified a city staff group of folks. There happened to have been a person who came from the city of San Diego who had experience with the San Diego process. So they did not use an outside firm. Although they used Muni services when that cannabis operator transferred ownership. So they used Muni services to review the financials for that. And that is a big part of what HDL will help us with, which is a big part of this process is that each of the applicants have to provide not only business ownership background check, but also their business financials to show that they viably could not only secure a location, to actually do all of the work to build out their space, et cetera. So in looking at that, we found that the vast majority of other cities that sought assistance used just one of 2 or 3 firms.
Well, I mean, if we can't do what Councilmember Hinsey's kind of saying in terms of identifying attributes to companies that we think would be a good fit for our community and consistent with our values. I think that it's important that we have a process that is completely fair and, and I guess HDL would help us with that process, and they've put in place practices before in terms of how an application proceeds or doesn't proceed. It would be nice that they're not just all these major corporations coming into our city and not providing value like so many of our businesses do. I mean, there's so many of our businesses are small businesses that are perhaps even residents of our city that provide a litany of benefits. And they sponsor things, they're involved in the community, they care about the community, and so I don't know how we get to that, but you know, it would be nice that it's not. I mean, nothing against major corporations, but it would be nice that they're not just these ginormous corporations coming into the city.
So the way that the measure was written requires an applicant have 3 years of experience. That by its very nature is probably essentially going to knock out anyone who's never had a cannabis business, let alone for three years. It is by far the largest complaint that we've received by interested applicants who can sign up on our website for updates of when it's time to put their application in, that unless there's somebody here locally who has been in that business for 3 years, they won't qualify under the ballot measure language. And then I might say tonight, the purpose of tonight's agenda item is really to make the changes to the code, the zoning code, because it currently does not allow for cannabis. Obviously, the measure requires us to change that code. We're still in the process of the rules and regulations and setting up the application process. So I apologize that there are some answers that we don't have tonight, because those are the next pieces and the pieces that we're working on right now.
Well, thank you. And thank you trying to focus me. I just have one more question that's kind of off the ranch, if you will, again, which is fees and taxes. So I guess we will come back at another point in time. Obviously, there was another speaker that talked about any kind of burden on our other budget line items in general fund. This should not be a burden on our general fund. And so we want to make sure that there's going to be an item that comes back that talks about reasonable fees for whatever services that we're providing. In addition to, you know, other fees for additional work that we may need to do for code enforcement or any other enforcement that we put in place, right? I just have one more question.
Yes. Oh, I see Mark Deline is on the call. So yes, we absolutely, we're doing a comprehensive fee study right now. We will be looking at an appropriate application fee. And I have not made it a secret that I will be making a recommendation to council to put a cannabis tax measure on the ballot for 2022. So we have some time in planning for that. And obviously you have to have the time to consider that. But in the meantime, prior to the applicants making application, we will be bringing back a fee structure that we'll ask you to adopt to review those applications.
Well, thank you so much. I did want to flag that, you know, in terms of the signs, I do think that I think we actually had a billboard at one time that may have alluded to cannabis use in our city. I don't know if we have to look at our entire sign ordinance or what have you, but I do think that we should look at you know, some additional regulations you know, in terms of signs. And especially just kind of from an attractive nuisance type of situation. But I know that we did deal with that issue before, but I'm not sure how we dealt with it because it came down. And so I'd be definitely in favor of looking at our sign ordinance. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Speaking of an attractive nuisance, you know, the passage of this measure definitely is one of those. And there is such a thing as Big Weed. And Big Weed wrote this measure. And Big Weed paid to get the signatures. And Big Weed paid to advertise the measure. I was disappointed I was the only one that was willing to oppose the measure because I don't think it's good for Encinitas. But it's kind of strange to talk about attractive nuisance at this point. My hope is that we can address issues related to signage. I think that's a good idea. And I think one of the things that would be really important and very useful as we hear a dozen speakers come and make suggestions is that we, you know, because these suggestions are hard to evaluate on the fly. We are locked in by the measure written by Big Weed, And, 3 years in the business is required in order to get past that little check mark that planning is going to be evaluating applications by. So we lose a lot of potential operators that might be a little bit more local, because the reality is it's going to be by lottery in the end. So you get past the application process and your name gets thrown in the lottery ball, and by that point it's just a matter of who is the lucky winner. And so, in the end, it would be nice if there were a way to have some of those social justice, the equity applicants that had advanced at least to the lottery phase. But my point is that some of these questions about can we add this and can we add that, it would be good to be able to cross-reference, no, you can't do that because in Measure H it says this. And so that we have some real specificity with regard to what our community would like to see in their weed ordinance, and what was left out of Measure H, so that when the 3 years passes and we can make some changes to this, we have that list of ideas that we could perhaps adopt as part of a measure to make amendments to this ordinance. So that would be very useful, and I would hope that my colleagues would be supportive of having staff do that analysis to very specifically address the points that have been made at both the Planning Commission and at our meeting tonight. I would find that to be very interesting and useful. And ultimately, Measure H is driving this, and HDL has been a contractor for the city of Encinitas for quite some time. So I don't see any reason why we would have picked another firm. They seem qualified, and I appreciate having that expertise. I know that there have been a significant number of staff hours that have been put into the implementation of this measure, and I appreciate all the work that's been done. I also appreciate the folks who are continuing to advocate to make sure that we hold these operators accountable to the letter of the law. As Nancy Logan mentioned, she recognizes that this passed. She mentioned the margin by which it passed. Our community didn't want these retail operations by a big margin. So it's one of those situations that just creates controversy in our city. But ultimately, as a council, we have to take steps under the law of a measure that passed. So I would move approval of these items.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that as a motion, and I'll second the motion. I wanted to ask about the signage point that Councilmember Lyons was talking about. So I think a number of you have said, and I agree, that I think that we should ensure that the signage is tasteful and doesn't lure children in to the shops or promote their use of cannabis. But I also know that any signage discussions immediately run into First Amendment questions. And so I just wanted to ask, is there the city attorney or the city manager, do you have a suggestion of how we could add in an analysis of how to do this in a way that doesn't run afoul of other protections?
That's a really good question. I think I would defer to the city attorney and the planning staff in terms of signage. I apologize, I don't know the answer to that question.
Verizon commercial. Can you hear me or no?
It was cutting in and out a little bit.
I'm going to log off and back on.
Okay. Assistant City Manager Mark Deline, it looks like he's on the call. I don't know if he if this item came up about signage yet, or if we're not quite that far yet.
Pardon the informality. I'm up in Chicago visiting my mom, but I did want to tune in. There are signage requirements or limitations written into Measure H, and that's all I'm aware of. And there may be, sort of the First Amendment issues that I am not expert enough in to comment on.
Okay. Is the city attorney back on yet? Or maybe is HDL on the phone? This must have come up with other cities.
I'm on, can you hear me on another computer?
We can.
Yay, okay, because this is a whole new computer, I'm not used to it. So what I was gonna say is regarding the First Amendment rights and signage, as long as the mayor doesn't, when you go into the first category, you can't delineate between the content of the speech, but you can do something different that we might be able to do that gets at something that is luring to kids. And other might be able to, we'd have to look into this, do something such as cartoons or prohibit, I don't know, bright colors with cartoons or something like that that describes some place and manner other than the actual content. I think we can think a little bit creatively and that might be that goal, but we'd have to look more into that.
I would just add, Madam Mayor, that you'll get another bite at this apple. We will be bringing back other pieces of this. This is really just the zoning change that we need to make. So don't want to defer any of the questions and that type of thing, but you will have an opportunity to talk about this in more detail later in the process.
Okay, I would like to add something to basically the list of the Planning Commission recommendations, because their recommendations were very specific and very relevant, and a lot of the public speakers were addressing topics that the Planning Commission recommendations got to. And so I would like to add something here, and maybe it would be something like evaluate applicable signage regulations to reduce the allure of cannabis to youth. So
that sounds good.
Okay. Okay. So if the motion maker is open to that suggestion, Deputy Mayor, yeah. Okay. Then, and I'll second it with that friendly amendment added. So I think we could go ahead and vote.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Crayons?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we have one more item on our agenda, and that is ADU related. So it's 10C, accessory dwelling unit and junior ADU proposed incentive program and potential funding sources. Sources. So we'll hand it over to Principal Planner Gates, who seems to have every topic that we do.
Now I'm unmuted. There we go. So thank you again, Mayor and City Council. So this item tonight, in October 21st of 2020, staff originally presented an ADU and junior ADU incentive alternatives. And at that meeting, City Council provided direction to staff to research additional application processes and to further explore partnering opportunities with builders and contractors to build produce, as well as financial incentives for lower income affordable units, accessory dwelling units. Staff was directed to return to City Council in June of 2021 with an update and a possible program. So as part of the process to develop the incentives, staff has conducted 2 ADU surveys online and mailed upon request for the City of Encinitas residents. In addition to asking questions about the ADU process, the surveys also ask questions regarding financial incentives that could be used towards ADU construction in exchange for affordable rental units. The financial assistance was the top incentive identified by residents who replied to the surveys to be the most beneficial for the creation of ADUs. And the results of that survey were provided as an attachment to the staff report. Other incentives that were identified were to dedicate staff to provide technical assistance and review, as well as an expedited review process, resources and design standards to be made available online, and to provide workshops and informational sessions. So the purpose of an ADU, a junior ADU incentive program, is to increase the city's supply of affordable housing by financially incentivizing homeowners to build new ADUs or junior ADUs and encourage homeowners with existing unpermitted ADUs and junior ADUs to legalize them. In return for financial assistance from the city of Encinitas to create this new affordable housing, homeowners would agree to rent their ADU or junior ADU at an affordable rent for a period of at least 10 years. This new program would have it as its goal in the creation of new affordable housing, legal housing units that qualify to meet the city's regional housing needs allocation. In 2020, 128 building permits were issued for ADUs, of which 22% were affordable to low and very low income and 27% to moderate. In 2021 so far, there have been 83 applications and 51 building permits have been issued. Of the building permits issued, 26% have identified to be affordable to low and very low income and 23% to moderate. The size and the terms of the loan will vary depending on the type of ADU, the income level of both the homeowner and the prospective renter, and other factors will also be indicate the size and the term of the loan as well. The loan, which will bear zero interest as currently proposed. However, staff is interested to hear City Council's potential interest in doing a larger interest or a forgivable interest, as well as a forgiven loan during that number of years of affordability. And this would be secured with a promissory note and a deed of trust recorded on the property. And for each year the affordable housing is provided, the homeowner will have a percentage of that loan forgiven and or interest. If the home is sold within the affordability period, the homeowner must repay the remaining balance of the loan. And the incentive will also have a requirement that the homeowner annually certify their renter's income. And so the first incentive pilot program that we're looking at as part of our proposal tonight is to create an incentive for new development of ADUs and junior ADUs with an up to $50,000 0% interest forgivable loan. And again, it would be for a period of 10 years for low income. And then the additional loan amount would be potential of up to the $60,000 would be available if the unit was rented at a very low income level. The other part of the program that the city staff is recommending tonight is to create a pilot program to fund existing unpermitted ADUs and junior ADUs. The building permits would be based on building and fire codes at the time of construction, which is allowed under the state law. And then also provide up to $25,000 0% interest forgivable loan, or up to a $10,000 0% interest forgivable loan for low income for just 5 years. So a different forgivable loan time period. And then for each year of affordability, the 10% of the loan will be forgiven for the 10-year and 20% of the loan will be forgiven for the 5-year loan. An additional loan amount of $5,000 would be available if the unit is rented at a very low income level. So if directed to move forward the proposed incentive program, planning staff will work with the finance department to develop the application and required documents to process the incentive program with the goal to roll out in the fall of 2021. Staff is currently recommending using $400,000 of the Affordable Housing Acquisition Fund to provide the funding for the first year of the program. Staff will continue to look for future funding opportunities for this incentive program that are currently being offered through HCD. Staff during this time will also work to identify a list of local contractors and architects that design and construct ADUs in Encinitas to make available to the public. We find that those with experience in the city of Encinitas will better understand the process of permitting through construction to potentially further reduce the time from application submittal to the certificate of occupancy. Staff will also develop new information materials and outreach on ADUs and junior ADUs program. And that concludes staff's presentation, and the recommendation for tonight is to review the currently proposed incentive pilot program for ADUs and junior ADUs, as well as the funding that's currently proposed, and provide direction to staff. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
You're fine.
Thank you for the presentation. So I have a number of sort of questions and potential problems with this, and I just want to really try to explore them here. So the money that we would be using for this is the total amount of money that we have in our affordable housing fund, right? So that the staff report said that that's 1.4 million. And we had, all of us, I think, were interviewed by somebody who was talking to us about all the different sites the city owns. And there's some consultant or somebody, I think it's a consultant, who's evaluating our potential to do an affordable housing project. And so, this money would deplete that. And we would also get a program started. And we would, get started on something that then we would want to fund next year. So I just want to ask the city manager or the planning staff to kind of put this ADU plan, which at $400,000, I mean, this was explained, we had an email from Bob Kent that said, so basically you're going to use this money to subsidize 8 people, 8 homeowners are going to be able to build an ADU. And he wasn't criticizing it in the way that maybe I am, but we're going to allow 8 people to build an ADU with a forgivable loan. So $50,000 that they don't ever have to pay back. And then we have a lot less money in that account, and we have a program moving forward. So I just want to really clearly know, or have that answered, where are we in that question of finding a place and pursuing building a truly 100% affordable project.
So I'll take a stab at it first, Roy. So we will be bringing back an item to council in August. I think, our opinion from the staff perspective is that this is the cheapest way for you to get 8 units, and doesn't in any way diminish what we are studying in terms of an affordable housing project. There's not enough money in this particular account to do any kind of 100% affordable. You will definitely need to leverage other properties that the city owns, or some type of partnership with somebody to do that. So we feel very comfortable recommending this program at this time.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's going to come back to us that we'll build an affordable project, like where we are, and that will come back to us. I didn't catch if you said when.
We'll be bringing back something to council in August. To discuss some options on affordable housing. Okay.
And so you're saying that we currently have 1.4 million. We're going to need a lot more than that. And so, this is a negative 400,000. So basically that account will fall to about 1 million. And from staff's perspective, that's a good decision, because we're going to have to find a lot of other money, other places. I just want to also point out that the way money gets into this account is through the inclusionary, in lieu fee, which does not apply to our housing element sites. So in lieu fee basically allows you to buy your way out of building the unit. But with our housing element sites, we require that they build the unit on site. So, I just want to confirm that's right? So in lieu fees, there are some times when the affordable unit is not being built in other projects that are non-housing element sites. So this amount is going up a little bit sometimes. Is that accurate?
We'll be bringing this item forward actually at your next city council meeting, this discussion on in lieu fees. We can provide more information at that time during that meeting. But for this purpose, when we have a density bonus project or a housing element project, they have to provide the units on site. And so only in the, for projects that require inclusionary right now, they have that option to provide an in lieu, but majority or density bonus projects, so they're required to build on site.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So what she said, what I get from that is that this number is not going up. So it's been going up very infrequently because almost all our projects are density bonus projects. They have to build on site, just like our housing element sites, which is good really in the big picture because we are actually building affordable sites instead of collecting money that we can't ever find a place to use. And so maybe that is a reason to support using it this way. But I also just want to point out that this money is going, the data that you gave us said that 22% and 26% are already affordable without any city program. Like we're not doing anything and the market is providing 22% and 26% affordable. And if you look at our requirements for inclusionary percent, it's 15%, right? So we're overperforming in this program where we're not requiring anything. So, and if you look at 22% and 26%, that's already more than 8 in the number of, you said we have 83 applications and you work it backward, it ends up being like 28 units. So for one of those years. So we're already building affordable units without having to subsidize homeowners, 28 of them in a year. And so now we're going to subsidize. And how do we know that those aren't going to be the same units? Like, why would somebody's thinking about renting their unit to their lower income daughter who just moved back in, and they fill out the form, which is great. We want every credit we can get, right? We want everyone to fill out that form. Hopefully we've really dialed in on that and we're not having a kind of leakage where we don't know who these people are, or what we're doing with our ADUs. But why would they not apply for a loan thinking, oh yeah, my daughter's gonna live there for 10 years as she raises her minor child. This is great. And I'll get $50,000 basically free from the city. And so that we won't actually see an increase in numbers. We won't see 8 more next year. We'll see the same number that we had, which is 28 a year or 26 a year or 22 a year. And we're just subsidizing that now. So, I also just, I want to put all that out there as major concerns of mine, that this is just not a very good use of the city's money, the taxpayers' money, not the city's money. But also, to focus on some of the things that were referenced in the staff report that I think we could maybe make more progress on. Like it says in here in the staff report that in addition to the financial burden, that the process of permitting and building an ADU was too overwhelming and the development standards and plans were too limited. And one of the recommendations was that we hire somebody like a ADU ambassador. And those are things that are really under our control. Is there a way for us to make it less overwhelming, to hire that ambassador, to streamline it more? I know there are always complexities in projects that people don't expect. And we hear that a lot, why is it so complicated? And I know staff is doing the best they can, but it just seems like for this, if this is really one of our priorities, that we could really focus on those things as much as we're focusing on the $50,000 that's forgivable. And I didn't really hear that in the staff report, read it in the staff report or hear it tonight. Yeah, we're really working on our process improvement part. And I guess, to me, that means that we think we're already doing as much as we can. And I guess I would just challenge us to say, are we really, when that's the feedback we get? We launched this program with a lot of fanfare and a recognition and an identification of this as a priority. So, to really kind of try to do more in that area, I think it would be really worth our while. So I'll leave those comments at that and call on my colleagues and see what everyone else has to say. So I think, I'm not sure who the first person was, but I think it might've been Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Blixter. I think it was. I have some questions for clarification. If I could get some clarification from staff. We're using some language in this report that I think I know what we mean, but for instance, when we say low income, we actually are specifically meaning the 80% AMI, is that correct? And then when we say very low income, we're specifically meaning the 30 to 50% AMI?
That's correct.
That correct? Okay. I'm just so used to seeing us further clarify it. So I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to understand how much we get in lieu fees, since that's funding this source of money. Is it a per unit amount that we receive in lieu fees that funds this source?
I will let Roy respond to how the funding was originally allocated through the in lieu process.
Yeah, Councilwoman Lyons, so the fee is based on the gap analysis of providing the affordable. So basically the fee is established depending on the number of affordable units that you're obligated to provide. So
it is based on per unit?
So yes, based per unit, per affordable unit.
One of the first things I looked at when I looked at this is, are we getting the biggest bang from our buck for how we invest our money if we're going to go the route of subsidizing for affordable housing? And it looked to me, based on the information I've had so far, that this is a pretty good way to go. But I do appreciate Mayor Blake Sveer's comments about, they've kind of illuminated a few things for me as well. So one thing I'm not clear about as far as another clarification is about the existing unpermitted ADUs. It looked like there was 25,000 and 10,000 that was outlined as being available. Could someone shed some light on that? What would that be used for?
So in most cases, it would be to assist them in bringing their structure up to code. So they currently do not meet building code in some cases. So that would be the assistance to help them.
Now, they don't meet building code, but would they still be housing people at a low and a very low income level?
That's the intent, yes.
I'm not sure where the nexus is with, yes, okay, that brings it up to code, but I'm not seeing it. They may already be low and very low. I think maybe my question is centered around there will need to be more clarity about that.
About what their current use?
What the expectation is when we help bring them up to code, what they're currently doing, and what our expectation is that they do better.
That they be rented, that they would be rented to low or very low income when they're brought up to code.
And there's an assumption there that when they're not in code, they are not being rented to low and very low.
Or they're not rented at all.
At all, okay. And I think what you put forward here is kind of some general ideas, and I understand that there's a lot of detail that still needs to be articulated, so that may be one of those. That was it for my clarification questions.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Krantz.
Thank you. Yes, and it's interesting to have the subject of ADUs back on our agenda. We've been talking about ADUs for a really long time, both from the standpoint of trying to get unpermitted ADUs legalized, which the city wrestles with on a reactionary basis. When a neighbor turns in another neighbor who's got an illegal rental unit. And it happened quite a bit that garages were converted for the purpose of people living in them. And so that was a lot of the ADUs that were in our city. But during the housing element conversations, there was always talk about, let's do it with ADUs. That way we don't have the higher density, the 3-story buildings, and we can make an impact with ADUs. And since our zoning code already allowed by right the construction of ADUs on parcels, it was a good direction to go. And the council really started to focus on that and came up with this program known as the PRADU, Permit Ready ADU program, that was Helen Putnam Award winner through the League of California Cities, and something to be very proud of. And it has resulted in the construction of quite a few ADUs, but our survey talks about what keeps other people from following through on that. One of the things that I'm a little concerned about in the proposal that I read tonight is this idea that we would pay fees for architects and engineers when we've already paid money for architects to develop the permit ready plans. And so I'm not sure that it makes sense. I don't see how it makes sense to give somebody the opportunity to kind of create a custom ADU when we already have some plans that are pretty nice and pretty easy to build. So that would be one point. The other point that I would make is that the process of approaching our planning department and trying to undertake this development of an ADU is pretty overwhelming for the average property owner. And so this idea of an ambassador is one that I'd like to follow up with by suggesting that what we should do is pre-qualify perhaps some contractors and work with these contractors to incentivize them to work with anyone who is interested in the construction of an ADU on their property, so that they could essentially shepherd the application process and deal with the surveyors that may be necessary, or find sewer pipes that need to be connected, or let people know whether they have issues with utilities that would have to be run a long ways, et cetera, because it's these experts that I think are going to provide our residents the biggest bang for the buck, as was mentioned earlier, in working with those folks to get these ADUs built. But I also want to point out that one of the things that we've seen in this process, when it was a garage that was converted, the neighbors didn't seem to mind that much. Yes, the car then had to park in the driveway or on the street, but the impacts of a building right next 5 feet from the fence in the backyard wasn't something that they felt. So what we're seeing from our permit ready ADU program and our focus on ADUs are impacts from neighbor to neighbor that aren't always positive. So it creates a little bit of tension in the neighborhoods, and it's something that I think we might want to take a closer look at down the road. Are there ways that we can perhaps tighten things up a little bit so that the siting of these ADUs are the least impactful for the neighborhood, or the neighbors, I should say. So that would be one thing. And I appreciate the concern about our affordable housing fund. The reality is that when we looked at L7 as a possible senior affordable housing site, Shea Homes did a pro forma on that, and the gap was several $1 million. So that was a very modest proposal on that site. And even though the city was bringing the land, there was still a significant amount of money that needed to be contributed to that project in order to get the 100% affordable. So if the goal is 100% affordable, we're going to have to figure out a way to raise the revenue in order to make that happen. Perhaps the state will be coming with programs that we might be able to take advantage of, but as it stands now, we are barely scratching the surface of what's going to be required for 100% affordable. So, I think that for me, this is, I appreciate the effort that went into this particular proposal, but I would like to see us revisit this after we're done with the inclusionary housing conversation and some other stuff related to cycle 6 housing element before we made this investment. So, but we'll see how the rest of it goes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosca.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to start off, I just have one question, and that is about something that Councilmember Lyons was kind of asking about, which is the unpermitted ADU units. I know that we pushed for legislation that ultimately was successful and got passage in terms of allowing some of these unpermitted units to come out of the shadows and get permitted. But I thought that part of that legislation said that we could not use that. We couldn't count those units for RENA purposes in the future. Is that correct? So if we had a unit that under Pat Bates' bill, went from being unpermitted, and they were able to prove that it was constructed, say, in 1985, and then they were able to kind of get that up to the building standards of 1985, that would allow it to get kind of permitted, legitimate, but it wouldn't allow us to count it as a for our RENA obligations.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, so if that's correct, so then to get back to Councilmember Lyons' comment, why would we, I mean, in general, I mean, don't get me wrong, in general, I want to move units from the kind of shadows into legitimacy. And as Councilmember Lyons was saying, that a lot of these are likely to be rented to folks of low income, of very low income, although I don't know. But I think that when we look at the ADUs, we're really kind of not only we have that analysis, but we're also incentivized because in the future it's going to be counted toward our RENA obligation.
Yeah, so if I could clarify how the RENA is or it's established. When a new ADU comes in, they apply for a building permit. Typically when they fill out what it's called a housing form, where they identify the rate of the rent, or what they're going to rent the unit for. Typically they provide it's a market rate that they put down. The 26% that we discovered through the survey, those are the units that were originally market rate units, and over time, sort of either they are not renting those units, or they're renting it to their family member or a friend at a lower rate. But the benefit of this program, that we will establish these units upfront, especially the new units, that these units will be deed restricted at the time of construction, which is when we establish the qualification for RENA. It's when the original construction of the unit. So that's where we identify this as a benefit, is that if we make this available, we have 8 potential affordable units that would automatically be counted towards our RENA obligation. Well, Jennifer and I have talked to several affordable housing developers, and some of the ideas that we passed is, okay, how can we further incentivize developers to provide more affordable units within their development? And some of the biggest concern they raise is just funding, and the cost of providing one affordable unit in some of these development, it's upwards of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we see this as an opportunity that we're requesting a $400,000 program that has a potential of producing 8 total affordable units that will count towards.
So can I focus you for one second? So I agree with what you're saying, but my point was not with regard to ADUs, non-existing ADUs that are going to be constructed. And also my point I was going to ask later on, which I agree with, how else can we incentivize, the kind of theory of more bang for our buck? How else, and I know Deputy Mayor Kranz and I have talked about this before, using this 1.4 million to go on to those housing element sites, and how can we incentivize them to push it up even beyond 20%. And so I agree with you on that, but can we focus for 1 second on those units that Councilmember Lyons was talking about and I'm talking about, which is those units that are unpermitted. They exist today, they're unpermitted. If we incentivize them, right? One benefit is that they come out of the shadows, right? Which I think is a good benefit, but they won't count as RENA, just to establish that, right? All right, so if I'm incentivizing the non-existing ADUs, I'm going to get credit for RENA.
Yeah, sorry, incentivizing existing?
If I'm financially incentivizing the non-existing ADU, but somebody comes in and says, I want to develop an ADU, and then they're part of this program where they're getting, say, $50,000. Ultimately, when they create that ADU, it's going to count for affordable housing RENA. All right, perfect. So I don't necessarily favor financially incentivizing the movement of the non-permitted ADU that exists today, the granny flat that exists today, that is not qualified because of because it didn't pull permits, but it can come out of the shadows vis-a-vis Pat Batesville. I don't in favor basically giving them money, though I want them to come out of the shadows. I don't want to give them money because they're not going to ever help us with the RENA obligation, and I'm really going after that RENA obligation. But I do favor the incentivizing of the construction of a new ADU, because it will bring onto the block a brand new affordable or very low income affordable unit that can be used to help us with RENA obligations in the future. So let me just make a comment too, which is that this is a pilot program, right? This is a pilot program. And that it's going to allow us to see if we can actually move beyond the numbers, the success rate that we've already seen with the policies and everything that we have done in this area already. And so I just want to emphasize that from the beginning, that it's a pilot program, and that we should be doing everything we can to clear the barriers in place for the construction of ADUs that will allow us to meet our very low and low income RENA obligations. And I think, as has been said by this council many times in the past, that this is kind of an Encinitas way. This is going to allow us to see the development of ADUs and not large, 7-story apartment buildings as we may be seeing in other places. And so I think that this is an important step to see how it actually works out as a pilot program. I am interested in that our city manager talked about kind of the efficiency here. I am interested in that kind of the big bang for your buck, and trying to make sure that we're doing everything we can to kind of use the money to create as much affordable housing as possible. But I think with limitations here, that it makes sense to kind of deploy this type of pilot program to see if we can kind of have even greater successes with our ADU policies and junior ADU policies. And also like to use the remainder of that money to not only explore the 100% or nearly 100% affordable housing project that we could do in the future, but also to explore any other way that we can kind of lower the barriers for the development of ADUs. If it's any kind of bureaucratic process or whatever else that we can do to kind of work with the community to understand what is keeping folks from wanting to build an ADU, if in fact they were thinking about it, but then I can't get finance, I can't do this. What are the other things that are actually limiting their ability to do that? I think that's important as well. And so interested in seeing how this comes back. I think a forgivable situation is in line here. I would love to go as many more years. In terms of like not just 10 years, but I want it deed restricted for a long time. Whatever we can get, I suppose, is better than nothing. 10 years is good, but I would love to kind of go even further. Of course, if no interest is going to help with incentivize, then I'm all for no interest as well. If they're not able to keep it for the 10 years, then they should pay interest on that money. They should pay us back for what they received as a benefit to keeping it for 10 years or so. And so I think that's everything I have down here. I think I did come to the table with kind of suspicion of like, would the money be better used to incentivize other projects to get even more units? But I think that based on the limited funding, and even Deputy Mayor Kranz talking about the gap funding on some of the other projects, that this may actually be a very good use of this money, and we'll have more proof after a year or so as this pilot program is put in place. So I can definitely support this item and hope that it comes back with great success. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So I I really appreciate some of the issues that my colleagues brought up. And I think I've listened a lot. I was prepared to just wholeheartedly support this going into it, but I think that there's a lot of good discussion going on. And I find myself agreeing with Councilmember Mosca on that. I think this is the best bang for our buck that we can get, even if it's 8 affordable units for $400,000. That's pretty good. But I also hear the concern that we might be subsidizing folks who would have done this anyways, and so we don't want to duplicate efforts. And so I know that this might add some layers of complexity for Jennifer and Roy, but if we, if this is a pilot program, and I assume that as soon as we go live with it, we're going to get a whole bunch of applicants and interest of folks who want to take advantage of it. And so another problem that came up in our equity committee yesterday was this issue of seniors in our community living on a fixed income who might not have the resources available to initiate an ADU process, but once they have it, then they're able to have some income. And so maybe what we should do is we should open up the program pilot incentive to folks who are living on a fixed income or might qualify themselves as within our, low and very low AMI who are living within our community. And then maybe we can even ramp it up further and say if somebody's willing to do an ADU, because somebody could do an ADU and a JADU on a single property, right? So if they're willing to do both of those, then maybe they get to move higher to the list of preferences of somebody that we would select. And then we've doubled the amount that we can get for the stipend that we're offering. And I do agree with Councilmember Mosca. I don't think we should pursue any more of the, bringing shadow ADUs out into the daylight, because we've already invested a significant amount of staff time and energy and, even authoring that state bill with Pat Bates, and it hasn't really shown the results that we were hoping for. And so I don't think we should spend any more time on that effort in this context. I think that was all that I wanted to say about that.
Can staff just address her point about basically like pre-qualifying? You referenced this a little bit, that who's going to qualify for this and that there would be some income analysis, or, can you just address that?
The applicant itself could be anyone that is interested in doing an ADU. There are programs and there are additional funding that I was looking more into that I was going to bring forward if we wanted to gain interest on, if we wanted to apply for that funding, that's specifically for individual homeowners that meet qualified income level. So whether that's moderate, low, or very low, that they would then qualify as that first tier to qualify for a loan or a grant to build an ADU. So there is funding specifically geared towards that homeowner that has those income limitations. And so that is something that we could pursue, or we could actually limit, even the use of our funds for individual homeowners that do meet those income requirements themselves.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I really love this program in many ways, but there's one that I'm a little concerned with. I understand how this is like, when you look at it from the perspective of, okay, we have this money, we don't want it just sitting there. We want to use this money to make sure we can get low and very low ADUs that also will help us with our RENA. So I get that. That makes a lot of sense. I think what we're going to end up with, my gut feeling is, even if we select those that, tier one people who would be eligible for this loan, even if we charge interest and some other things, some other good ideas that people have put forward, which I would support, I still think this is going to be very popular. And so it's kind of like, be careful what you ask for here, because we could end up benefiting a handful of people with a handful of ADUs that are low and very low, and then run out of money. And so I'm what I said, a handful for a reason, and that is because there's only so much we can do, especially with this funding source we're talking about. We know it's a limited amount. And I suspect people will want to do this program. So given the fact we have some money here, it seems to me that and this is my only hesitation really, is it's not benefiting enough of our citizens to get the maximum amount of low and very low units in a very democratic way. It's going to be a handful of people. So when my colleagues brought up an ambassador or contractor or some facilitator to address another issue that was brought out in the survey, is that people kind of see barriers associated with the process. So if we can invest in an ambassador or a facilitator to really, frankly, hold people's hands through the process, even though we've already felt like we've gone quite a ways that way, I know from reading the survey of people, I think I was understanding that was still deemed a barrier. Then we would perhaps help more people that way to achieve the low income and the very low income units. So I just want to throw that out there because I worry slightly about providing an opportunity here for just a handful of people. If we can provide a facilitation for a larger group of people with the same amount of money, certainly that seems like it would be a benefit.
May staff provide a clarification on the fund?
Sure, certainly.
So the fund itself that we were proposing the funding to come from is called our Affordable Housing Fund, and it's defined within our code. And it specifically says that it's from the investment of monies in the fund shall be expended exclusively to provide housing affordable to extremely low income, very low income, lower income, moderate income households, and any special needs populations in the city, consistent with the goals and policies contained in the city's housing element, and then for the administration and compliance monitoring for affordable housing programs as approved by the city council. So it's a very specific fund type and use. So we would just need to stay within that boundary.
Are you, if I could ask for clarification, did you bring that up specifically to shed some light on something like an ambassador or facilitator wouldn't fall into that, or would not? Or
I don't believe that an ambassador would fall within the use of this funding stream. It would need to probably be another funding stream as the ambassador aspect. But also if ideas are starting to come around for different individuals, I just wanted to also specify that that was the funding stream itself.
Very good clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
But if we focused our ambassadors on you know, if it's a contractor that's the ambassador that's helping property owners navigate the permitting process, even though they're permit ready ADUs, there are still a whole bunch of things that need to happen in order to see that ADU constructed. And obviously having a contractor who is familiar with the program, familiar with the units, and knows the details about how to get the thing built, you know, you don't necessarily pay them. Their pay comes from the project itself, and facilitating that project being constructed is how I see it would happen. And maybe there wouldn't be enough interest from contractors to you know, be put in that category, but I think it would be worth exploring. But I think it was Councilmember Hinsey brought up some really important points, and one that I think we should explore a little further, and that is, how do you create a program for the folks who have lived here for a really long time, and maybe they've got a 2,500 square foot house and their kids have all moved out, and what they really would like is a simple ADU in their backyard, which would then free up their main home for the purposes of renting to low or very low income people, and would probably generate more income and qualify more because it's more square footage, more bedrooms, etc. So if this paid for house is then able to be rented then those folks are generating a little bit of income, and perhaps living more comfortably in the ADU, which has a smaller footprint, less square footage to clean, and off the main street, et cetera, et cetera. So I would love to be able to incentivize, put together a program that was geared towards that type of resident who has been here a really long time, and I think would benefit significantly and would free up housing that I think we really need to free up.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Deputy Mayor, and also my colleagues who all made really great comments. So I guess, I don't know exactly where this is going as a vote, because this is, not a workshop format about ideas about a specific thing on the agenda. I'll just say that from my perspective, I still don't feel convinced, and maybe I would be able to get convinced, but I don't currently feel convinced that I'm comfortable depleting our affordable housing fund for this program for 8 units that I think are likely to be built anyway by relatively well-off homeowners who are already building affordable units and market rate units and moderate units. And, there was also a little bit of a focus in the email we got from Bob Kent on the very low income. Those are people actually making minimum wage and our seniors on a fixed income. And that this program is really more designed for moderate and low, not very low. I think, so that's another part that's not really ideal. But I guess I'm not able to support this tonight because I don't want to deplete that money without really having that fuller conversation about affordable housing project. I think it's every bit matters. So if we're having a conversation about L7 or some other property, and the suggestion is, hey, if we did this, we only have to put in another $1 million. But now it's $1.5 million, or now it's $2.5 million, or now it's $3 million. Like each bit, makes it harder and harder to achieve. So the fact that we have 1.4 is better. And I also think once we get started on this, we're almost certainly going to deplete this entire fund to zero, because next year we will do it again, and then we'll do it again, and 3 years later it'll be gone. So or 4 years. So that's my position on this tonight. So
I second that.
Okay. I see Councilmember Lyons has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. So are we just providing direction tonight? Is this a motion, or this is kind of a question about process with our meeting? As far as this item, it looked like the recommended action was to review and the incentive pilot program and funding proposed and provide direction to staff. Is that done in a motion? I feel like what we've been doing is providing direction to staff already. But can I get some clarification?
I can certainly jump in. If staff believes that they have the, then you don't need a motion description in that direction or the clarity, then it might be by a motion, in my opinion.
I mean, I think it's almost certain that without a motion, this is not going to be approved. So it's not like it's default approved. So there have been a lot of comments about different ways to organize it, or different things to look at, or different ways to do the program. But the staff is proposing what's on here. So the 400,000 for allocation to this pilot program.
Can I make a motion that we table this issue?
Yes, and I'll second that. I mean, what I would like to suggest is that this come back in context with our affordable housing discussion, which we're apparently going to be having soon, so that we can have it in a more full way, so that we're thinking about that bang for our buck. Councilmember Hensy.
And take the feedback too that they received tonight when they bring it back, and see if there's any way to kind of plug some of that in.
Yeah. Councilmember Hensy.
I was just going to say that I don't want it to be taken off the table, even though we're tabling it. I really like this strategy. I like this approach and the way that we're moving towards it. And I think that the sticking point for the mayor and for Tony is that we're not going to have any return on this investment to keep replenishing our affordable fund. And the whole time I've been at the city, which is 2.5 years, it's been the same amount of money in that fund. So I understand that reluctance to give it up once we don't have it. But I do think that there are some really amazing contractors in the city that have taken this program and they've run with it. And it's the one that comes to mind is Cross Construction. They've joined all the main streets. They do their own events. They, I've tried to attend their events and they're totally booked. I can't even attend if I wanted to because everybody else wants to. And I just feel that there's an opportunity for a private public partnership on this where the city could promote community approved local businesses that are able to serve as our ambassadors, and in exchange that they would offer back to the city some percentage of the revenue that they earned from having built an ADU, something really small, like 10%, so that, we're not putting all this effort into making money for everybody else and then not getting something back on it. So maybe there's a way that we can figure out how to have an income stream return to us from having gone through all of these, significant efforts to increase production.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call on Roy and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Mosca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to make sure that we clearly understand the motion and the direction tonight. We heard some great comments and feedback, and we have noted all of them. But our understanding of the motion tonight is for us to defer the discussion of the ADU incentive program until the City Council have a comprehensive discussion related to inclusionary, in which we're discuss the in lieu fee further, and there are some additional programming that we're recommending with the in lieu fee that could potentially increase the potential for additional fees to be deposited into this account. So I see the benefit there for the council to have that discussion before you do grant the use of funds out of this account. And in addition, as our city manager, Antel, mentioned about the discussion related to the All Affordable project, I think it'll be helpful also to have that conversation as well. And then from those two items that we can bring back the ADU incentive program after you have that comprehensive conversation. I just want to make sure I captured that was the motion and the direction from the council.
I think that's about right. Yeah, I mean, I would like to have some additional thought put to any of the other comments that were made, and also any thought put to how to make sure or work toward making sure these are actually units that wouldn't be built otherwise. That we're not just subsidizing the existing and we're going to have the exact same number, but be out 400,000.
Yes.
But let me call on Councilmember Mosca now.
Yeah, no, I think it's worthwhile to have a conversation as part of a broader conversation, in terms of our overall goals of trying to effectuate more very low and low income affordable housing in the city. It just, I think that while we've been successful in moving the dial on affordable housing vis-a-vis ADUs in our city, clearly we can be more successful. And ADUs and junior ADUs seem to kind of fit what residents want in the city more than perhaps other ways of developing affordable housing, that it's much more acceptable to folks, and that it works for people's lifestyle. And it may actually help in terms of baby boomers that are retired and having another source of income. And so I do think that when we talk about 100% affordable housing or nearly 100% affordable housing, that we'll find that there's going to be a need for different strategies for funding those projects, because and it's going to be over a longer period of time, because it's just, we don't have the type of funding that would allow us to close that gap. And so which is, yeah, I mean, so I think that there's going to be room with this funding to kind of to explore, to experiment, to see if we can actually, help bring up that number from 26-28% to a higher number, with 400,000. If we're not able to do that, if at the end of the day we're essentially, not incentivizing even more success than we've experienced before, then it's a pilot program that we don't move to the second year. And so I think, there's nothing, inevitable about the subsequent years. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it works and it's wildly successful, then, and the money is depleted, well, then we've just basically brought online more affordable housing units. And I agree that we should try to focus as much as possible on the very low income, as opposed to moderate or anything like that. But I'm fine having this as part of the larger discussion of inclusionary zoning, or kind of a 100% or nearly 100% unit. But I hope, as Councilmember Hensy has said, I hope when we say we're tabling this, that it's not being tabled, but we're moving it off this agenda, but it's going to be picked back up as part of the broader discussion of inclusionary zoning, but more importantly, part of the broader discussion of the 100% or nearly 100% affordable housing project that we can do. Essentially saying, can we actually bring online even more with this money? I think that's what people are saying, is that there's a suspicion that perhaps our money can go even further in other ways. When we also come back, Roy, or Jennifer, if it's a possibility of like something that Tony and I have talked about before, is with regard to those housing element sites that, where we're already going to see development, how can we help use some of this money to incentivize moving from 15, 20% or whatever they're doing to an even higher level? We've talked about that before and would love to see some options there too, because they're already doing a project. And so, could we basically grab another unit, 2 units, 3 units on something that's already being built? And so that's something that I would also like to see. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have a motion by Deputy Mayor Kranz and a second by me.
Yes.
Do we need a motion?
I mean, maybe we don't. What Roy said was really a long explanation of a motion. So maybe we don't need a motion. Do you feel like we need a motion, City Manager or Roy or Jennifer? No? Okay. Okay. No. Okay. Okay, good. So
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, I second that. Second the withdrawal. Okay, good. Well, thank you everybody for the robust discussion on that topic. So we will move to the next topic, which is discussion of Councilmember Kranz's suggestion about having a forum, or I forget the language you used, but a e-bike forum.
Right, and what I really was interested in doing is having a special meeting, and let me try and explain how I came up with this idea. I have owned an e-bike now for a couple of years, my wife and I, and I've really enjoyed them. And the boom in e-bike business has been tremendous. And I've come to know Nico Sugias at Charlie's E-Bikes. He's the son of an old high school buddy. And he's now running both the e-bike company as well as his foreign car service station there. He's a fine young man and former Rotary president, been very active in the community. And he reached out to me with some significant concerns about safety when it comes to e-bikes and the use of those e-bikes by the younger crowd. And by younger, that means younger than even driver's license age. And that he has a sense that we're heading towards disaster and that it's important for the city to engage. Obviously, the city has been engaged. We approved an agenda item tonight to offer classes monthly. And the Director of Parks and Recreation has been engaged on this. There have been some opportunities for her department to engage the community. But I think it's an issue that needs City Council leadership. And so I had hoped that we would all embrace the idea of having a special meeting to conduct a summit, call it whatever you want, a workshop. I would ask that we impanel Nico and other experts and interested parties, principals of schools, et cetera, and engage our sheriff's department I know there are some parents who are frustrated because their kids all obey the rules, but there is this other group of outlaw teenagers that are not riding safely and giving everybody else a bad name. So perhaps we need to talk about whether we should be registering these bikes so that we know when we confiscate a bike, when we impound a bike, we know who it belongs to and which parent might be responsible for the operational behavior of that teen. So there are, I think, a lot of places that this conversation could go. And I think it's important that we engage the parents in the community especially. So it had been my hope that it would get City Council support for engaging the community in that way.
Okay. I mean, so to me, it seems like there are a lot of efforts happening right now with e-bikes on many fronts, with the school districts, with the sheriff, with private owners of bicycle stores like the Sugiases.
Right. So bringing them together.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I don't think we need to, my personal perspective is we don't need to have an emergency city council meeting about this, but
well, it wouldn't be emergency, but it would be special because it was not scheduled previously.
Right. So, I mean, I would suggest.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. I think that we're treading on some dangerous ground here because this is not an agendized item and we're starting to have a discussion. So
Okay.
just a warning.
Okay.
Okay, well, and you know, I like I said earlier, I'll just take this up myself and have the conversation if necessary. I had hoped that I could get some support from my colleagues. I have been engaged. I've been on the council for a while, and it kills me every time somebody has a serious accident or is killed by a vehicle. And I'm not going to be able to live with myself if that disaster happens to these young teens that are out riding without regard for their lives. And so I wanted to do as much as I could. And I thought we would have some consensus amongst the five of us. But if it's not something that everybody else is interested in, I'll take it up on my own.
Okay. Okay.
Deputy Mayor Kranz, I'm happy to continue the dialogue with you. I like to try to pay attention to when people say they don't feel like the dots are connected, because sometimes it's just simply, you know, coming together around something. And I'm aware, as our mayor just said, of all the many things we're doing in the community already. If you feel like those aren't quite coalesced yet, or there's some gaps, I'm happy to continue talking about that, because if we can do better, I'd support that.
I suggest that since we all want to discuss this, and now there are 3 council members and it's not properly before the city council, what about Deputy Mayor Kranz, if you submit a council initiated item so that we can all discuss it and talk about the ideas that you have and about the ideas that we can actually put in place?
Well, we had an agenda item tonight that allowed that. We had an agenda item tonight that would have allowed this conversation, but we have, was supposed to have something by noon today in order to get it on next week's meeting, but we won't come back until after the summer now. So I consider it an urgent item. And so it was my hope that we could organize a special meeting. And, you know, it's perhaps I just need to approach it a little bit like Joe did with the Liebenheim Town Hall meetings that he had about Rancho Santa Fe Road, and just have my own meetings and ask for some support by using city facilities. You know, I'll look into the rules about using city facilities, but ultimately I know I could get private property and be able to have this meeting on my own, and that's fine. If there's not an interest by my colleagues, that's, you know, I'll take it up on my own.
Or we could just extend the deadline for submitting a council member item.
Yeah, it just takes it a little bit further down the road, but that's fine. If you'll indulge me in that way, we'll get it on the agenda. And you know, but I don't see a point in bringing it on the agenda if there isn't going to be any support for it. So I don't, you know, I appreciate your willingness to humor me in that way, but if if it's really not something that you're interested in, it won't hurt my feelings if you tell me that.
I mean, as the city attorney, can we engage in the conversation right now, or because I mean, he's asking us a question. I feel like I can't engage in this discussion, but I don't want to be rude to him and say that I mean, it's already been pointed out, and now there are 4 of us talking about it. So I don't want to be rude to Deputy Mayor Kranz and say that I don't want to engage in his discussion when this is actually on the minds of a lot of voters and a lot of residents that talk about this, and I want to engage in the discussion.
I know that 22 in the Brown Deputy Mayor has kind of, this is what I want to do, and it is okay to give limited questions to know what exactly do we want back, but to have a discussion about the substance, to whether or not you're going to agree with them. Now you're getting to the substantive conversation. Although I understand he's saying, I don't want to bring it and have all you just look at me and not go anywhere with it. But so
that's, I got to roll the dice on that, huh? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Does Councilmember Hensy, did you want to say something within the bounds of what's possible to be said?
I'm going to try to find that out. I'm going to walk that line. So as part of our AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports, sometimes give updates on school district liaison committee meeting. So maybe I can give an update on our meeting this morning and just let Tony know some things that are in the works that might assuage the fear, and then, you know, not weigh in after that.
Do it. Go for it.
So have we moved on to, does Leslie want to say anything? I see you maybe thinking. I didn't catch it.
Just go ahead with your 1, 2, 3, 4 report.
So as part of the school district liaison committee meeting, this has been a standing item of ours for the last 3 meetings. And so we've made the offerance to all the districts, and then to get the word out for their principals that we can do a training for any of the schools. And the training includes the deputy from the Sheriff's Deputy Department, and then Nico did one at Oakcrest. And so essentially every student at all of Oakcrest received that training. And then, you know, in the engaging the experts part, Councilmember Krantz, that I know you want to do, a lot of the experts have been engaged as part of the San Diego Bike Coalition contract. So, you know, they're doing a movie that we just finished filming. They're going to be translating it into different languages. You know, now we have this year-long contract with them. And then they're going to be preparing something for schools once it's back in session. And so if the purpose of a summit is just to, you know, fully round out those ideas for the community to let them know where to engage, I support that. I sometimes feel like in this venue, the school districts have a little bit more ability to communicate and reach than the city does. And so I don't know who would come to our special meeting who wouldn't already take advantage of some of these things through the district. But I'm just letting you know what we've done, and I want you to know that there is a lot of effort underway.
Yeah, that's great. I do 1, 2, 3, 4. I did a business roundtable and kind of got an earful from one of the members of the group asking what the city is doing about this, and it was not easy to answer because she was quite concerned about the behavior that she's seeing. And you know, I think that there's a lot to talk about. And so I think that the opportunity to talk in a group with the experts and parents involved as much as possible, and you know, it could fall flat. It could have, you know, half dozen people there that show up and we all, you know, we adjourn the meeting in 45 minutes or whatever. I get that. But it would be my hope that we could elevate the issue and raise awareness and get some engagement, because we're seeing some mode shifting here that's really impressive. And those 80 bikes that are at Oakcrest mean 320 trips that parents didn't have to make. And so we want to encourage safe riding and more acquisition of these fine tools of mobility. And I guess maybe it's good that the city attorney's got such terrible internet tonight, because she might be raising some objections here. So thank you all for humoring me, and I will work with the city manager and see about possibly putting on an agenda item and see where it goes.
Okay. Okay, great. Any other 1, 2, 3, 4 reports that anyone wants to share? No, okay. City manager report or city attorney report?
Can you hear me?
Maybe.
Okay. I just want everybody, if you can hear me, that I'm going council staff. I'm going to be doing office hours in Encinitas tomorrow to 12:30. And just, that's it.
Okay, great. Glad to hear you're doing
Make
office
her
hours.
announcement again. Did Pam want to make her announcement again about when city council is going to be meeting in person?
Yes.
I would be delighted to make that announcement again. We will be back in person for city council meetings in the city council chamber on Wednesday, August 11th.
Okay, thank you for the update. City clerk report?
No report?
Okay. Well, with that, our next meeting is June 23rd, 2021. That will be our last virtual meeting. And with that, we are adjourned.
Living here, but there has been a threat to our community and the people who help make the city great. Rising housing costs make it harder to provide